1 2. Check. Hey, 1 2. Hey. Check. Hey. Test. Hey, 1 2 3. Check. Hey, hey, check. Hey, check. Hey, hey, check. Hey, 1 2. Hey, hey. Check. Hey. Test. Hey, 1 2 3. Hey, check. Test. Hey, hey. Check. Hey, hey, test. Hey.
Hello, mic test, mic test. Mic test, mic test. Hello, mic test. Mic test, mic test.
Maray na aga po, Giraray. Good morning sa Naga. Good morning, Bicolandia. Welcome po sa tuyang kape, baret asin pandesal. Giraray po, may ribanan kita sa laog ng 30 minutos sa pagulay-ulay. Kaibahan po sa tuyang Vice Alcalde, Vice Mayor Nelson Nigacion. Asin sa tuyang pong City Youth Vice Mayor. Pag-urulayan ta po sa mga tutok karon ngunyan sa sangguniang panglungsod ng Syudad ng Naga. Sa sainda pong gigibuon na regular na sesyon. Asin po, mga kaibahan taman ngunyan sa tuyang mga pag-iriba sa media. Tangarig pong mas lalo pa niya itong maladop sa tuya pong agenda kan sangguni ang panglungsod kan syudad ning Naga. Vice, good morning. City Youth Vice Mayor, good morning.
Good morning tabi sa imo, Allen. Sa sakuya pong Vice Mayor counterpart, Youth Vice Mayor Joseph Ryan Tusok, sa gabos po na nagdadalan, sa gabos po na nagsusubaybay po kan sa tuyang programa Kape, Bareta, Asin, Pandesal. Ginigibot ta po bago po magpuon ang regular session kan sangguni ang panglungsod. Maray na pag-aaga po.
Good morning, Vice. Ginari po, good morning, City Youth Vice Mayor.
Maray na aga man po sa kay Vice Mayor po, kay Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion. Maray na aga po, Mr. Alan Riondanga. Sa gabos po na nagdadalan po digdi. Morning po. Asin po sa mga miyembro ng media na yarn po digdingon yan.
Sa mga nagdadalan po sa tuya sa Naga Sumang of the World, sa tuya pong live streaming, kung igwa po kamong mga concerns, kung igwa po kamong mga hapot, kung igwa po kamong mga concerns manungkot po sa gobyerno lokal kang syudad ding Naga, pwede po nindong ipaabot yan sa muya by commenting digi po sa tuya pong live broadcast. Vice, aram ta po ngunyan igwang mga surat na ipinadara sa sangguniang paglungsod and sarap po digdiyo, aram ta po naging mainit nga ini sa social media kamang nakaaging aldaw, mga nakaaging simana regarding po giraray duman sa pagportulan ng kahoy, ang tag sa tuya for favoring to cut trees indiscriminately, baka po igwa po kitang mga insights manungod sa bagay na ini.
Okay. Tama-tama tabi, Allen, sa number 3 item kan unfinished business kan session ngunyan kan sangguni ang panlungsod. Anto to karon po si letter dated April 23, 2018 of the Coalition of Volunteer Environmental Advocates opposing the indiscriminate cutting of trees in the city by the Department of Public Works and Highways and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Magkakapirang bagay tabi, Allen. Number 1, pagputol kon igwaman, initiative po ini bako kan lokal na gobyerno kanaga kundi kan Department of Public Works and Highways in connection with its road widening program. And dahil po parte po ini kan programa kan Department of Public Works and Highways. This is in coordination with the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. In other words, di man po pwedeng magputol ang DPWH without permit from the DENR. And that therefore, ko lang po maintindihan sa iba, pero mukhang bako man po ini indiscriminate cutting. Takong indiscriminate po, with or without permit, pareho ka na sabi mo bago magpuon sa tuyang programa, maputol. Pero ini po, dahil pwede magputol without permit. And this should be in compliance with the law, with the rules and regulations involving the cutting of trees. Nonetheless, because of this letter from this group, who are calling themselves as Coalition of Volunteer Environmental Advocates. By the way, kung advocate man po sinda for environment, iyo man po kita. Di ba? In fact, nanginginutan po ang lokal na gobyerno kanaga po sa pagproteher po kan sa tuyang kapalibutan, sa pagtanom po ni mga kahoy. With or without issue, igawa kitang programa sa pagtanom po nin kahoy. Ang totoo po kayan, kadakol na po na itanom na kahoy under the Bongat administration. And I understand there are also independent efforts, separate efforts from the group about the planting of trees. Kabali na po dyan sa indong lingkod. So, tutukaron po ini kan sangguni ang panlungsod. We will also try to hear the voice of those even dissenting. Pero dapat siguro maipagirumdum na ang boses digdi po na dinadangog ta, bako man lang ang sektor kan Bako lang ang grupo kayo ni, igwa pa pong ibang group. In fact, as early as last year, February of 2017, may mga sectors na po kan sa tuyang komunidad, including the church, who had been calling us to cut trees, especially those invasive and causing destruction to the power lines and causing danger to lives, especially of the motorists. So, yaon po dyan si Father Wilmer Tria, si Paris Priest po kan St. Jude, si Paris Priest po kan Peña Francia, kan St. Francis of Assisi, si duman po sa Kararayan, as in iba pa pong si Parish Pastoral Council, si mga tao po dyan sa may San Felipe, when there was a barangay assembly, kan pigkonsulta po sinda, si response po ninda is in favor of cutting the trees, especially those that pose danger to our lives. Kung yaon man po talaga sa tao kan tinampo, di ba? Papabayaan talang po ba yan na yaon dyan? Okay.
Vice, dyan, manong dyan baga sa puro ng kahoy, dahil daw po ang sa tuyang mga, may mga kababayan kitang, kumbaga, opposing dahil niya lang nahihiling si konkretong plano or si visuals kan plano kan DPWH.
Sarong bagay na dapat hagadon tapo sa Department of Public Works and Highways. But on our part, I heard this from Mayor Jan Bongat, which is also my plan na take up ko na din po ini kay Mr. Alex Santos and also kay Engineer Alex Canning. The other day kan magkaigwa po kami in meeting. Hilingon ta po, for instance, ini pong Magsaysay Avenue. Talagang pagkatapos po pagputol kay itong kahoy, medyo kakaiba na. Si hitsura, kakaiba po si dating sa mga tao. And that therefore, we should do something about it by replanting in certain areas. Puprubaran na pong i-identify kan enro kung saan itong mga areas na ito. And then we will coordinate with the Department of Public Works and Highways para po sa replanting in the area. Pero si itatanong ta po dyan, sa tamang lugar, pandua, bako po itong darakulaon na kahoy, bako itong kahoy na matao po nin peligro sa buhay kan mga tao. So, pigpapa-identify ta na din po kung anong klaseng mga kahoy ang itatanong po dyan.
Okay, Vice, ang duda ko po personally, baka niya ako nabi-visualize kang tao so plano. Ang pirmi kinapag-uulayan lang so widening. Dai na pag-uulayan si regreening program. Baka po niya ako igwang sarong plano, sarong perspective na mapapahiling ang DPWH o ang gobyerno lokal o whoever na stakeholder po kang road widening project na mapahiling sa tao na this is the area. Baka igwa man niya akong win-win solution na we will cut, we will widen, pero we will replant. Baka po niya ako iyan si Mayo na gayo na papahiling kan sa tuyang mga stakeholders.
In fact, para po sa kuya, personally, ang pagtubod ko, along the road right-of-way, itong 30 meters road right-of-way, baad igwaman po dyan mga kahoy na daiman dapat putulon. An impression kaya, iyo na pagyaon located along the road right-of-way, gabos yan purutol. Pero para sa kuya, baad igwaman dai. And that therefore, kaipuhan mahiling ta po sa tama ito si plano kan Department of Public Works and Highways up to what extent po si sa indang road widening, as in ano baga itong mga kahoy na maapektuhan as much as possible, isalbar ta itong mga kahoy na daiman ma-pose nin peligro sa buhay kan mga tao. Si daiman po makaag sa ano man na alanganin sa satuya, even in connection with the obligation of our electric cooperative to supply power requirement on all our consumers.
Okay. Sir, sa iba po kitang sa iba po kitang issue, I understand ang city youth officials niya to from kahoy we go to the schools igwang resolusyon na pigsuunad ang city youth officials niya to manungod sa brigada eskwela. City Youth Vice Mayor Tusok, baka igwa po ano po si Kuya gani detalye ano po ang kamautan kasi itong mga city youth officials para po mas makatabang mapakaray pa ang brigada eskwela.
Okay po. So, good morning po ulit. Regarding po si resolution tungkol naman sa Brigada Eskwela, which was sponsored by, if I recall correctly, City Youth Councilor Ena Jane Bangate and City Youth Councilor Alfonso Buen Consejo, pareho po sinda under ni Councilor Ray Anrentoy. If I recall correctly, the resolution was about the CYO just assisting with Brigada Eskwela in schools, certain schools all throughout Naga, the works, donation ng supplies, cleaning materials, assistance, syempre, since ang manpower namin, we are 47 city youth officials all through ngayong 2018, and we could spread our manpower according to them, according to our proponents. Parang isi-spread yung manpower throughout those schools, i-distribute kami. However, I'm afraid di ko ata madi-discuss masyado yung other details kasi the resolution is still subject to some modifications, amendments, kasi it needed certain specifications kung sino ang ma-assign dito, kung anong schools ba talaga we're going to identify in our next session this Thursday. Pero in essence yan, we're going to assist through donations and manpower service. Yan lang po.
Okay, thank you very much Youth Vice Mayor Tusok. Pwede na po mga kuya na kita open forum kita sa mga pag-iriba sa media. Ki Sir JB Jeremias.
Hello po. Okay, thank you very much and good morning po Vice and kay City Vice Mayor Tusok and kay Sir Allen. Vice, duman po sa mga sa kahoy. Ito pong na-mention ng mga support kaniyong sa tuyang nasa simbahan. Ano po yan, Vice? Ano yung possible na pwede po sindang ma-invite sa session para po dagdag info sa publiko para muli ma-enlighten ang kung ano man ang gantakipuan pag purtol ng kahoy po. Thank you po.
Salamat tabi duman sa kaputan mo, JV Jeremias. Ang totoo po kayan kung makondusir nin public hearing o kaya public consultation, ang iimbitaran ta bako lang po sinagupunir. Ang iimbitaran ta sinagpapabor. Likewise, mas maray na yaon man po mismo si taga Department of Public Works and Highways, also the representative from DENR. Tanganing medyo balansyado po ang pagtukar kan issue pong ini. Aramon ta kung taano ta si Paris Pastoral Council, si mga padi nagpapabor sa pagputol, aramon taman kung taano ta igwa nagkukontra. Pero ultimately ang mauta pong maging basihan sa pagdidesisyon kung ano po si mas marhay para sa kagabsan. Yan. Nasabi ko po kasubago, baad pwedeng mahanapan po inining win-win solution. Okay.
Mike Marfega, DWNX.
Hello. Ay, good morning, Vice. Good morning, City Youth Vice. Morning, Allen. Vice, primero gusto ko lang po maraman, sisay po tabi an composition ko to pong mga advocate for environmentalist, mga environmentalist.
Mayo pa akong kopya ka itong letter except that it is forming part of the order of business. Pero if I recall it right, garoy ang pong ani dyan si former city legal officer. Garo Kabali po dyan. Igwa pong si Mr. Abilindi po, si taga Carolina, yaon man po dyan si Rochelle Priela, si Miss Melanie Ursua, as in iba pa.
Ano po ang stand talaga nila? Totally against? Or igwapusin na ning recommendation na okay, magputol lang kita certain percentage lang ng mga kahoy? Ano po ni bang mga ideas po ni Dabi, Vice?
Yan po ang gusto tang madangog po sa Sainda. Pero kung babasahon mo po kaya si letter, garo ang impression. Dahil ko man sinasabi na iyon na po talaga yan. Kaya kaipuhan na maihapot yung arog kaya na question hali sa imo, Mike. Pero si impression, garo totally against. Garo consistent si position po ninda duman sa big file na kaso sa Regional Trial Court.
Last na lang tabi, Vice. Ang problema po sa widening punin poste kan kuryente kan kasoreko ini mga punin kahoy, pero pag nagka-widening na po kita, ang problema ta naman po ini mga pagparkan mga bihikulo. So ano po ang magiging pinaka-solusyon ta po diyan?
Very relevant po digdi itong proponidong ordinansa ni Councilor Lito del Rosario. Itong expanded wheel clamp ordinance saka itong towing ordinance. And then of course, inaasahan ta si faithful and religious implementation po kaining ordinansang ini. Ang kaipuan lang po kaya mahiling mamatian po kan sa tuyang mga kababayan na seryoso po kita sa pag-implementar kan sa tuyang mga leyes, kan sa tuya pong mga ordinansa. And that anyone who is not complying with this, kaipuhan may corresponding penalty. Ayan.
Mayor Rebilla.
Good morning. Good morning, Sir Allen and Vice and City Advice. Gusto mi lang po maaraman kasi parang igwanang ngunyanin mga bagong latest information about the Naga Airport. Ano na po itong siguro brief and concise lang po, Vice. Ito bagang, di ba may naging bisita kamo from Kaap? Ano na po si pinaka-latest information ka ito about the Naga Airport?
Okay. Sinaging bisita ta po si Engineer Basaliote kan Kaap. It appears na si opisina po niya ang in charge sa monitoring and necessarily sa implementation po kay itong Naga Airport reorientation or redevelopment project. Kan mag-atubang po siya sa sangguniang panlunsod, pig-update po kita kung hanggang saan na po ngunyan, including the funding requirements. Ang sinasabi po niya, for purposes of acquisition, kay itong road right of way, available si kwarta, part of which were already downloaded to the provincial government of Camarines Sur. And likewise, as we are hearing from various reports, nakasecure na po nin writ of possession ang probinsya nin Camarines Sur. Though unfortunately, we heard just days ago na tig-suspend si implementation kay itong writ of possession. Meanwhile, that the court is requiring the appearance and or intervention of the Office of the Solicitor General, di ba? Pero ang malinaw, igo na pong writ of possession. So, kung baga man, na-delay lang po sa implementation po kayan. Malinaw man po kaya na ining proyektong ini para po ini sa karahayan. Bako lang po kan Syudad Canaga, bako lang kan Camarines Sur, di ba? Kaipuan po talaga an pagpapakaray po kan sa tuyang airport. Especially now na mayo na pong naglalanding na eroplano coming from the NAIA, di ba? Kung gusto mo pong magpunta sa Manila, o kaya magbalik sa Naga, sa Camarines Sur, doon ka masakay po sa Legazpi, di ba? Kung digdi sa Naga, ang hugpa mo po kaya duman sa Clark, and then saka ka mapunta, mabalik sa Metro Manila. Mapagalon pong marayan. Pero sa hiling ko po, pag napakaray na po giraray ang airport, napalaba na po si sa iyang airstrip, di pwede na giraray si mga pwede na darakulang eroplano, pwede na pong maglanding digdi sa Naga, itong biyaheng Manila and Naga. By the way, Myra, in connection with that, we were informed na for the year 2017 and 2018, talagang mayong budget na pig-alukar. Under the national government's annual budget for the given years, ipinaliwanag po sa MUIA ang rason. Ang rason ngaya, dahil pangani nagagamit si nainot ng kwartang pig-alukar, di gastuson po muna ngaya ito. Dahil po duman sa paliwanag na ito, naintindihan kung for the year 2018, mayo po talagang nakaalokar na budget. Alagad, pinapakiulay po, nagpas na po kita ng resolution na itong kakulangan na budget, ibali na sa 2019. In anticipation, duman sa implementation, itong mga initial projects na dapat man po talaga napo na o kaya dapat ongoing na by this time. Kung mayo pong gayong delay sa implementation itong writ of possession, inaasahan na bago matapos po ang taon na ini, na ibid na and then napo na o kaya mapo na po si dumping, pakaray po itong earthfill, and then si pagpuon po itong construil itong mga inaapod na civil works. So that by next year, pwede naman talagang makapag-alokar na para sa remaining phase itong airport project. So that if that is the case, baad by 2021, tapos na po si airport project implementation.
Vice, so talagang dapat matapos na ini mga engineering works na iniyo, tangani pong mabudgetan. Kumbaga kung isi-simplify bago maghagad nin balon, giraray si Aki, may balon pa man, gastuso na muna ito.
Dapat nagastos na muna. Dapat nagastos na muna bago maghagad din kaipuhan. Okay.
Takulaon na balon to.
Takulaon. Million. Ay, siguro saro na lang. Kasi of national concern man po ini, Vice. Kumusta na po ang mga aksyon kan battery of lawyers? Yeah. Nigdi po dako lang mga abogado kamo. Duman sa MR, kang land dispute kan Mariano sa City Hall.
Maray man na naihapot mo tabi, Myra. Para lang po mas malinaw po sa mga taga-Naga, sa mga nagsusubaybay po sa kasong ini. Kung magigiramduman po, nagpuon po ang kaso kan 2004. During which time ako pa po si City Legal Officer. Ang kaso po na i-raffle sa sala po ni Judge Jose Nacional, Branch 1 of the Municipal Trial Court in Naga City. And kan 2005, February of 2005, nagpaluwas po ng desisyon si Judge Nacional pabor po sa Satuya. Sa madaling sabi, ginanata po si kaso. Ang findings po ni Judge Nacional is to the effect that the property was already donated to the city. Ayo. But on appeal sa Regional Trial Court, nadaog po kita. Ang nagdesisyon po ito si Judge Filimon Montenegro, kan Branch 26 kan Regional Trial Court. Ang sabi po ni Judge Montenegro, mayo man ngayang donasyon. Okay? Sabi po ni Judge Jose Nacional, MTC, may donasyon. Ang sabi po ni Judge Filimon Montenegro, mayo ngayang donasyon kan daga. So nagdalagan po kita sa Court of Appeals. But for the meantime, considering that the decision of the Regional Trial Court is pursuant to our rules of procedure, considered as executory. Dahil pa po final pero executory na, nag-file na po bagasinda in motion for execution. Nag-issue na po ni notice of garnishment. Kaya po ang ginibutan, nagdalagan po kita sa Supreme Court to ask the Supreme Court to stop the Regional Trial Court, to stop the Sheriff of the Regional Trial Court from executing the RTC decision. Iyo po ito si kaso na ginanata sa Supreme Court. Pag naghanap ka po kan decision kan Korte Suprema involving this on the issue of injunction, may maluwas po dyan sa decision kan Supreme Court. Maski sa internet po, pag ginanap mo po yan. As in, malinaw po duman na ginanata si kaso on the issue of injunction. Now, for the meantime, by the way, bago yan, kaya po nga ni baga kan August 25, 2006, nagbarikada po baga kita digdi, nagkaiwa pa pong vigil, and aram taman na about 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, nag-abot po si daradarata po itong TRO hali sa Supreme Court. Now, for the meantime, in connection with the decision of the RTC, nagsakat po kita sa Court of Appeals. And then si Court of Appeals nagsabi na igwa na pala niya ang donasyon. And therefore, dinismiss po si kaso. Sa madaling sabi, gana po kita sa Court of Appeals. So, balikan ko lang, sa MTC, gana po kita, ang sabi kan ni Judge National, may donasyon. Pag-abot sa RTC, ang sabi ni Judge Montenegro, mayong donasyon. Pero pag-abot po sa Court of Appeals, ang sabi, igwang donasyon. Ngunyan, ang decision kan Supreme Court, sinasabi na mayong donasyon. Sa motion for reconsideration ta, sinasabi ta po na igwang donasyon. As in, papatunayan ta po ini. Kung papaano, medyo ma-dwell na kita duman sa inaapod na merito kan kaso. And that will already constitute as sub judice. Delikado na po kita kayan. Kaya dahil ko na po tutukaron ito. Pero ang malinaw, iyon na dahil po ini papabayaan kan lokal na gobyerno kanaga, ini pong kasong ini. Taan nakataya po digdi, bako lang si Piggy Istaranta, si seat of power, si seat of governance kan lokal na gobyerno kanaga, involving other offices and agencies of the national government, and even si judiciary, si Hall of Justice, si MTC, saka si RTC, yaon po bagayan sa laog kan 5 hectare property. So ang dinidepensahan ta po digdi, bako lang si sadiritang harong, kundi si Putoro kan sa tuya pong syudad, si istorya na nangyari sa laog nin halawig na panahon. Importante na maprotehiran ta po ini para sa kapakanan kan mga masurunod na henerasyon.
Okay. Last two questions po kita. I already saw the Sergeant at Arms fetching the Vice Mayor. Boy Reyta, DWS.
Okay, maraming salamat. Okay, Vice, connection po dun sa tanong ni Tita Mayer. Ang alam mo natin, pamilya Mariano pa rin nananalo, pero meron pa yatang isa na personalidad, the Jimenez family. 1.250 million para sa Mariano. Pag naghabol daw po ang Jimenez, baka madoble. Yan ho yung reports namin. Nakahanda po ba ang city government kung sakali na pati pamilya Jimenez maghabol na rin?
Boy, itong lupang ito, nagtatagalog ako kasi si Boy eh. Sige. Okay lang na Bicol ano. Okay. Totoo na yung lupa is formerly owned by two individuals. Macario Mariano, yung isa ay Jose Jimenez. In other words, co-ownership po ito. Co-ownership po ito. Doon sa mga buhay na, ipinanganak na noong 1954 at siguro teenager na noon at necessarily senior citizen ngayon, dapat alam yung sitwasyon noong panahon. Ano ba ang sitwasyon noong panahon? Itong lugar na ito consisting of 22 hectares. Kasama yung sa Tinago area, sa Dayangdang area, doon sa Mayon, sa part of Triangulo and Concepcion Pequeña. Kuhan ito, Boy, agricultural land, matataas noon yung mga damo. Idle land ito. At dahil sa agricultural land po siya, nais pakinabangan noong may-ari yung lupa. At dahil parang kulang po yung kanilang kaalaman at resources, pumasok po sila sa isang partnership agreement, parang joint venture with the Lopezes of Manila. Ang sabi po ng mga may-ari, pakinabangan natin ito, ano kaya't gawin nating subdivision. At para mas maging saleable, mabenta yung lupa, kausapin niya natin yung pamahalaang lokal. ng Naga na magtayo ng City Hall. O yun yung backgrounder niyan na boy. At dahil po doon ay naging malaki po yung pakinabang. Hindi lang po ng pamahalaang lokal, kundi ng pamilya noong may-ari. Kasi nga naman, tama, Allen, mutually beneficial ito. At lalong-lalo na sa kanila kasi noong maglagay tayo ng improvement ng City Hall, tumaas yung value ng property. Di ba? So, dalawa po yung may-ari. Yung naghahabol ngayon, yung pamilyang Mariano. At totoo na kasama po doon sa decision yung pag-oobliga sa lungsod ng Naga na magbayad ng renta in the amount of 1,250,000 a month, reckoned from November 30 of 2003. So medyo malaki na po talaga yan. At yun yung para sa kanila. At lalaki pa yan kung hindi po mababaliktad yung decision ng Supreme Court. Kami naman po ay naniniwala sa merito nung kaso ng lungsod ng Naga. At magtataka ka kung bakit hindi naghahabol yung isa. 'Di ba? So ikaw na mag-conclude kung bakit.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, last question na lang po. Yung ESA
Ay, by the way, boy, ang apektado dito hindi lang City of Naga,
Yes, boss.
hindi lang yung City Hall, kundi kasama sa maapektuhan kung sakali although ako na naniniwala nga na dahil nag-file kasama sa legal remedy yung filing ng motion for reconsideration and sana mabaliktad nga po yung decision ng Korte Suprema. Pero kung sakali ang kasama sa maapektuhan yung Hall of Justice, Regional Trial Court, Municipal Trial Court, kasama yung National Bureau of Investigation, kasama po yung mukhang labas na yung Bureau of Fire, IBP, Integrated Bar of the Philippines. Ang totoo niyan, medyo worried po yung mga abogado natin Kasi kung mapapansin po ninyo, halos ilang buwan na sila nag-aayos ng kanilang building, ng kanilang opisina. And yet, ngayon ay may dumating na ganitong hindi magandang balita. City Prosecution Office, Provincial Prosecution Office, Parole and Probation Office, yung Public Attorney's Office, kasama po ito sa mga apektuhan. Okay. Sige boy, sige.
Okay. Ayun. Doon sa partially damaged daw po. Hindi pa daw lahat yata natatanggap yung financial assistance ng DSWD. Any comment po? Paano daw po yun mas may expedite?
Sa tingin ko boy, ang naging pagkukulang o kaya problema o kaya komplikasyon ay yung decision ng regional office ng DSWD na ipadala sa probinsya ng Camarines Sur yung para sa Naga City. So ito po yung inaayos ngayon ng CSWD through Mrs. Annabel Vargas. At sana ma-resolve ka agad-agad po ito. At lalo't marami na pong naghihintay nga. Ito?
Okay, so cut na po natin, sir. May session po ang Sangguniang Panglusod ng 9 o'clock. So, sa ngalan, nagparatagalog naman pati ako. So, sa ngaran po, sa muyang opisina, ang City Events Protocol and Public Information Office, kan opisina po ni Vice Mayor Nelson Digacion, ni City Youth Vice Mayor Joseph Tusok. Sa tayo po mga pag-iriba, good morning po and mabalos po sa inong pag-iba sa muya, digi sa Kape, Bareta, Asin, Pandesal. Mag-iriba na po kaya kita sa otro semana, sa pang edisyon kang pag-urulay-ulay, pagtukar kan mga bagay-bagay kan mga urulay na gibuon po sa Sangguniang Panglusod kan Syudad ng Naga. Mabalos po and good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Kindly take your seats for our roll call.
Honorable Nelson S. Ligacion, City Vice Mayor and Presiding Officer present. Roll call on the City Councilors. Honorable Cecilia V. De Asis present. Honorable Gregorio Arabunal present. Honorable Jose Sarañola present. Honorable Elmer S. Baldemoro present. Honorable Mila S. Derquid Arroyo present. Honorable Julian Silabadia Jr. present. Honorable Rosalito S. A. del Rosario present. Honorable Vidal P. Castillo present. Honorable Ray and Cedric Girentoy present. Honorable Salvador M. del Castillo present. Honorable Tomas Ramon A. Sanchez Jr. present. Mr. Chairman, that is your quorum.
Now we call, please identify the roll call for the City Youth Sangguniang Panglungsod.
Honorable Joseph Ryan B. Tosok, City Youth Vice Mayor and Presiding Officer present. Roll call on the City Youth Councilors. Honorable Juan Carlos R. Madrid present. Honorable Kyle Ray Patrick O. Garcia present. Honorable Ralph Ivan T. Murata present. Honorable Jovelyn B. Competente present. Honorable Johan Sebastian P. Santi present. Honorable Cedric P. Isaac present. Honorable Alicia Marie France P. Rodriguez present. Honorable Mary Joy B. De Los Santos present. Honorable Alfonso Miguel C. Benconsejo present. Honorable John Christopher B. Borja present. Honorable Therese B. Pototan present. And Honorable Anna Jane A. Bangata present. Mr. Chair, there is a quorum.
There being a quorum, the 89th regular session of the 12th Sangguniang Panlungsod, jointly with the 2018 City Youth Sangguniang Panlungsod, is now formally called to order.
Prayer. Pambansang awit.
Yang magiliw, sa silanganan, alap ng puso, sa libid mo'y buhay, lupang hililang, luyan parang mag-ibig, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisigin, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw, may dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isap ng wataw at mo'y tabi ay nanagnilig. Ang bituin at araw niyang kailan pa may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw na walang ating pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa Pino. Ang ligaya dapat may makakit, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Next item.
Privilege time.
Anyone from the members of the Sangguniang Panlungsod? Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
Diyos maray na aga po sa Tuya Gabos, sa tuyang pamayo kang Sangguniang Panglungsod, Vice Alcalde Nelson Ligacion, si City Youth Vice Mayor Joseph Tosok Nagluwas, mga pag-iriba, mga bisita sa Gabos po na yaon mo niyan, liwat, Diyos maray na aga. Kang nakaaging simana, naresibita ang nakamong mundong bareta na nadaog ang siyudad ng Naga sa kaso laban sa mga Mariano. Sa desisyon kang enot na divisyon kang Korte Suprema, pinapabayad ang gobyerno lokal ng awad-awad na kantidad. Sa laog ng sarong taon, more or less, mga 30 million ang mawawara sa pundo kang siyudad para sa nasa renta. Digdi pa lang sa pagkwenta asin pag-isip kang pwedeng maging danyo sa buong Naga. Mati tana kung gurano rarawrawan ang puturo sa mga namamanwaan. Alagad, sa ibong kaining kahaditan, asin kamunduan, iyo ang paglaom asin pagpangadyi. Dahil patapos ang laban. May legal na mga remedios pa, may mga paagi pa para ibitaran ang maliklom na posibilidad para sa tuyang komunidad. Pero sa tahaw kaining mga paaging ini, sa hiling ko saro sa mga importanteng gibuhon tangunyan na dapat ang pagsurug-surugan, iyo ang pagpangadyi. Mangadyi kita na matawan ang gabos ng mahiwas asin tultol na pag-iisip. Mangadyi kita na mangibabaw sa tuya ang hustisya asin maray na mga pag-uugali. Ipamiibita man ang mga tao sa Korte Suprema, magiyahan kang sa tuyang Diyos sa pag-atid-atid kang mga argumentong dangan pagtimbang kang interes kang ambos lados. Ipamiibita na matawan sindang bako lang malinaw kundi mahiwas na pag-isip. Ipamiibita man ang mga Mariano na mangibabaw sa inda ang pagiging Nagenyo. Sana arog kan sa indong ninuno na si Don Macario Mariano na iyo ang nagdonar sa tuya kang lugar na kinatutuglukan mo niyan kang City Hall. Tawan man sindang doon na sentimento na patriotismo. Magiyahan man nawa sinda kang mahal na tang Diyos na piniliyon ang banwaan bago ang sadiri. Naangapudan kita gabos sa simbahan kang Romano Katoliko sa mamamayo ni Arsobispo Tria Tirona, sa Iglesia ni Cristo, sa mga nasa dating daan, sa mga Jehovah, sa mga Muslim, sa mga Protestante, Seventh-day Adventist, Church of Latter-day Saints, asin iba pang mga relihiyon na yaong iglesia sa tuya sa siyudad ng Naga. Na magkasaro po kita sa pagpangadyi. Mayong imposible sa satuyang Diyos na nasa taas, basta dayupot asin sararo kita sa paggrani sa iya kan sa tuyang presenteng pinag-aagihan. Iribanan po kita sa paghagad sa mahaltang na Diyos, nagiyahan kita sa katotohanan. Iribahan po kita sa pagdepender kang sa tuyang puturo. Sa kuya pong pagtatapos, iyo po ni ang kahagadan ta sa pag-iriba kung pwede mangapudan kita sa gabos na relihiyon na matawan taling resolusyon na nangangapudan po kita. Liwat po, Diyos maray na aga sa Satuya Gabos.
Thank you, Councilor Julian Labadia Jr. Any Councilor Elmer Baldimoro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Honorable Vice Mayor and Presiding Officer, Vice Mayor Nelson Ligacion, City Youth Vice Mayor Joseph Ryan Tusok, my esteemed colleagues, my dear City Youth officials, guests, friends and tri-media, mga namumutan kong Nagenyo, mga kapwa ko nangangataban sa kaakian asin may kakundian, Diyos maray na aga. According to United Nations, there are 150 million children living with disabilities. They are often denied an education, because they are most vulnerable and excluded people in their communities. This social reality leads to the conduct of the World Conference on Education for All that established the targets for universal access and completion of primary school and recognized that children with disabilities are entitled to an education that meets their basic needs best. In addition, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, or UNCRPD, strongly upholds that the right to education encompasses the obligation to rule out discrimination at all levels of the education system. State parties who signed the UNCRPD pledged to ensure that persons with disabilities can access an inclusive, quality, and pre-primary education and secondary education on an equal basis with others in the communities in which they live. The Philippine government, as one of the state parties who signed the UNCRPD, promulgated Republic Act 7272 as amended by Republic Act 9442, otherwise known as the Magna Carta for PWDs, strongly stipulates that the state shall ensure that the PWDs are provided with adequate access to quality education and ample opportunities to develop their skills, and it shall be unlawful for any learning institution to deny any PWD to any course it offers by reason of handicap or disability. These key mandates and legal frameworks are just of the few of many initiatives that aims to strengthen inclusive education. Inclusive education takes the Education for All agenda forward by finding ways of enabling schools to serve all children in their communities. It is in this context that the city government of Naga, through the Naga City Council for Disability Affairs, as its lead agency that ensures that the rights and welfare of PWD is mainstream in the local development initiatives, envisions a city that fosters education for all. This representation as chairman of the SP Committee on PWDs spearheaded the conduct of various capability development activities and consultative meetings towards the achievement of the said vision. One of the main issues that was raised by the barangays is the incapability in some schools in accommodating children with disabilities because most of the teachers in the field are untrained to handle such learner. As we will recall, Mr. Chairman, the Barangay Council of Sabang requested our help for the children in their barangay that was enrolled. However, dahil po sindaman nakapag-klase dahil mayo pong teacher who are ready to handle them. And to offer a solution to the serious concern raised by the teachers themselves, this representation, together with the Persons with Disability Affairs Office, headed by Mr. Chris Mulin, and in partnership with the Department of Education, Naga City Division, through the SPED Supervisor, Dr. Ed Laureles, conducted the 5-day training on inclusive education held last April 26 to 30, and participated in by more than 200 teachers from all the public elementary and the secondary school in Naga City. The teacher participants representing all grade levels in their respective school was given an avenue to achieve a sound knowledge about the concept and key principles in inclusive education, to develop awareness and proactive approach in managing diverse learners, including students with disabilities in classrooms, and to display confidence in training other teachers on how to manage and engage students with special needs. This initiative is to ensure that all children with disabilities in Naga shall have an equal access to quality basic education. With the conduct of the said training for a teacher in every grade level in every public elementary and secondary school in Naga, they are now ready to handle children with disabilities, and there is no reason that the DepEd will not accept enrollees of children with disabilities. These children with disabilities will learn in the regular classroom with their fellow children. ubos kung ubos, gabos kung gabos does not only apply to our campaign slogan but also in our governance. Gabos kabali, mayong dai kaiba. Particularly in the program of education, children with disabilities will be no longer separated and will no longer be left behind. Mabalos, Mr. Chairman, and maray na aga po, Giraray.
Thank you, Councilor Elmer Baldimoro. Councilor Joselito Del Rosario. Aside from the Honorable Del Rosario, are there still other members who will be rendering a privilege speech? Councilor Mila Rakid Arroyo. So you will be the last for the regular members. Okay.
Good morning, the Honorable Presiding Officer, Vice Mayor Nelson Ligacion, sir, the City Youth Vice Mayor Joseph Ryan Tosok, members of the 12 Sangguniang Panlungsod of the City of Naga, my fellow City Youth officials, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I will discuss this morning two important topics. President Duterte has removed the quota for rice imports, allowing private traders to buy more rice from other countries to ensure that the country has enough supply of rice. In an order last April 27, 2018, the President, Mr. Chair, announced in front of rice traders and businessmen that he had done away with the quota. Quote, all of you can import rice, no more paper, work, unquote. He has been quoted in several newspapers the day after. The removal of the quantitative restriction or the quota would fire up or result to unli importation. Kung igwa po ning unli calls, unli rice, igwa man po o magkakaigwa na ning unli importation of rice. And this will surely affect our local traders. The lifting of quantitative restriction on rice will make the local rice farmers more vulnerable and marginalized. In the continuation of our special session to finalize our annual investment plan, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask the City Agriculturist Office, headed by Mrs. Bungalonta, of the possible mechanisms or programs to help our local farmers in the aftermath of this new presidential announcement. Second, Mr. Chair, we are about to approve today on third and final reading the proposed ordinance enhancing and strengthening the anti-illegal drug program of the city government by promoting a drug-free workplace, providing sanctions for violations thereof, and appropriating funds for the purpose. The proposed ordinance sets guidelines on the conduct of drug tests before employment, mandatory random drug tests while in government service, and the penalties for those who will not cooperate, abscond, or employ malingering methods. Together with City Youth Councilor Marie Franz Rodriguez and the other members of this 12 August Chamber and the Honorable City Mayor and Vice Mayor, we want to pursue an intensive and unrelenting campaign against the trafficking of dangerous drugs and other similar substances through an integrated system of planning, implementation, and enforcement of anti-drug policies. The ordinance also provides effective mechanisms or measures to reintegrate into our society our co-employees who have fallen victims to drug abuse or dangerous drugs dependence through sustainable programs of treatment and rehabilitation. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning and mabalas.
Thank you, Councilor Joselito Del Rosario. The Honorable Mila Rakid Arroyo.
The Honorable Vice Mayor and his City Youth counterpart, my esteemed colleagues in this August chamber, our counterpart City Councilors, friends, good morning. I stand in privilege this morning to invite all of you, my colleagues in this August chamber, our City Youth counterpart councilors and Vice Mayor, and concerned citizens of this great city to search and put our heads and hearts together in finding solution to the long ongoing brain drain crisis. The deep concern over the fact that our country is suffering a crippling brain drain with many of our most talented and qualified workers heading overseas for higher paid employment has been raised some 40 years ago and continues at an alarming rate. Scientists, engineers, doctors, IT specialists, accountants, and even teachers are among the English-speaking talent heading to foreign lands, leaving employers scrambling to find replacements. But Filipinos who choose to leave the country in search of greater opportunities for development can never be faulted, as it is human nature to seek improvement and better quality of life. This ongoing crisis affect most especially government service, where salary levels remain generally uncompetitive, opportunity for salary increases are very limited, and pay hike, if at all possible, has to go through the long and tedious process of national legislation. The brain drain crisis cripples not only in terms of workers leaving the country, but also in terms of workers leaving the countrysides in favor of the metropolis. Naga City is one such countryside vis-a-vis Metro Manila, as many of the city's talents seek greener pastures in that city that never sleeps. This is particularly ironic in view of the fact that the rapidly growing complexities in the society of today requires greater capabilities on the part of government to effectively respond in terms of governance. One glaring example of this debilitating crisis that the city now experiences is the difficulty in finding and enlisting, for example, the engineers needed to do work long needed to have been done by the city engineer's office, such as, for example, the drawing out of the master drainage plan. It is urgent and it should have been done yesterday. The continuing lack in terms of regular enforcement of building laws and regulations have also been attributed by the city engineer to the city engineering office's lack of needed personnel. Another glaring example of the effect of this crisis that we in the city, just like the rest of the country, has been suffering from is the fact that most of our line departments and offices have no second liners. Although under certain circumstances, this situation is, I believe, not entirely attributable to the lack of needed personnel. And I hope that this latter concern will be addressed in tomorrow's meeting of the Oversight Committee, where I believe this concern will be tackled. In sum, therefore, there is an urgent need for all of us to think of strategies to effectively address the situation and work around the limitations that may seem to make the solution as unreachable. So, what can we really do to help ensure that the city government will always have in its manpower complement the skills and qualifications needed by it to effectively deliver such needed services to the people? I have one solution in mind, which I am now crafting and will be co-authored by my dashing counterpart, City Councilor Basti Isanti, and we will present for your support and consideration in the next session. Still, I respectfully and urgently call upon everyone who loves the city dearly to continually rake our brains and search our hearts and find the solution that we urgently need. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, good morning.
Thank you, Councilor Mila Rakid Arroyo.
Okay, would anyone from the members of the City Youth, yes, Councilor Madrid.
Mr. Chair, members of this august body, guests, members of the media, my fellow Nagueños and Nagueñ youth, good morning. Election Day 2018 is fast approaching. In 6 days, we will go to the polling precincts and cast our precious vote in this year's Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections. It has been 5 years since the last barangay elections and 8 years since the last Sangguniang Kabataan elections. It is now high time that we once again go to the polls and give a fresh set of leaders a new mandate to lead and empower us. As you may have noticed, I placed emphasis in the pronoun we, and this is intentional because in this election, it is not only the adults or those of legal age for that matter that will be participating or voting in this election, but also the youth. This election is 2 years in the making. These elections were supposed to be held in October of 2016, but were postponed twice and the third attempt failed. But here we are. These elections will mark the first that we, the youth, will once again vote for the serving youth leaders in the barangays after the passage of Republic Act 10742, known as the Sangguniang Kabataan Reform Act of 2015. To my fellow youth voters, our vote is sacred. It is not a joke. It cannot be bought. It cannot be sold. It cannot be undermined. And it cannot go to one who does not deserve it. Let us, therefore, take this chance, the remaining days of the campaign period, to get to know the candidates, to know not just their name or face, but rather, most importantly, their platforms and advocacies. And to those like myself who are busy and cannot be there to meet them when they campaign in the barangays, search their accounts on Facebook and on other social media sites. For let us always remember that it is the future of the barangay that we are deciding on election day through our one and precious vote. Let us not put it to waste, for if we do so, we will also be the ones who will regret it. So to all of us, and especially to my fellow youth, it is not enough that we know the candidate, but most importantly, we should know their platforms and advocacies in governance. May we on election day choose and vote the candidates who are rightful and deserving to become leaders in our barangay. Let us not be blinded by false promises or money. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Thank you, Councilor Madrid. Would anybody else from... Okay. Councilor Ben Consejo.
To the presiding officers, to the councilors, to my fellow youth councilors, and to everyone who are present here in the 89th Sangguniang Panlungsod regular session, good morning. I stand in privilege in front of you today for 3 major things. First, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the people who had continuously guided me in my journey as a city youth official. And to name a few, they are the office staffs, my counterpart, Honorable Ray Ann Cedric Girentoy, and my fellow city youth officials. If my calculation and estimation is correct, this day marks my 16th day in office, excluding the holidays and weekends. And in that 3 or 4 weeks of experience, I have realized that I haven't done any major contribution for the benefit of my fellow youth. But then again, each day, I am continuously striving to reach that goal. I can attest that being a youth official is not that easy as everyone thinks. It is true that a great power is correlational with a great responsibility, and everything you say will not only reflect on oneself, but it will represent the voice of every individual. Thus, it takes courage and great confidence to speak for the youth, and here I am today, overcoming my greatest discomfort. I hope that at the end of my term, I could proudly say that I did something for my fellow youth. Second, I would like to tackle the resolutions that were made jointly by my counterpart, Honorable Rayan Cedric G. Rentoy, Honorable Ena Jane A. Bangate, and this representation to Nagenian athletes who brought honor and pride to our city and the Bicol region. Their efforts and hard work deserves recognition and commendation, though they were already awarded with incentives in the previous week. As the resolution reads, resolution congratulating and commending Julius Glenn Vasquez for winning 2 golds, 1 silver, and 4 bronze in swimming during the 2018 Palarong Pambansa, held last April 15 to 21, 2018 in Vigan, Ilocos Sur. Same commendation is given to Atia Therese Dimaiwat for winning a bronze medal in gymnastics, Jerry Rayleigh Pineda for winning a bronze medal in gymnastics, Jose Tondo for winning 1 silver and 1 bronze in swimming, Mary Lovely Benavides for winning a bronze medal in the special event, swimming. May I request the chairman of the Committee on Rules for the inclusion of this in the agenda under special business. Lastly, we have made another resolution that gives recognition and commendation to our attorney Aileen Carla Carpio for a great achievement in the November 2017 bar examination. As the resolution reads, resolution congratulating and commending attorney Aileen Carla Carpio for placing 16th in the November 2017 bar examination. And again, I am requesting the chairman of the Committee on Rules for the inclusion of this in the agenda under special business. I am giving back the floor to the presiding officer. Thank you and good morning once again.
Thank you, Councilor Buenconsejo. Would anyone else from the City Youth Councilors like to avail of their privilege time? Yes, Councilor Morata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to the members of this body, to all Nagenyos watching, good morning. I stand here in privilege not to propose an ordinance or resolution, but to gratefully welcome our Honorable 3rd City Councilor, Honorable Jose C. Ranyola, my honorable counterpart, or should I say, my advisor for my 1 whole year term of my internship as being the city youth official. I hope to get a lot of knowledge, but also life lessons throughout our term. That's all. Thank you and good morning. Mr. Chair, may I leave the floor again?
Thank you, Councilor Morata. Would anybody else from the City Youth Sangguniang Panlungsod? If none, I give it back to...
We shall now proceed to the next item.
Reading and approval of the order of business.
Councilor Elmer Ballimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I move to dispense the reading of the order of business with the following so many inclusion. Item number 1A of the special business or order is the proposed resolution authored by Honorable Rayan Cedric Rentoy, City Youth Councilor Alfonso Miguel Buenconsejo, and City Youth Councilor Ena Jane Bangate, resolution congratulating and commending Julius Glenn Vasquez for winning 2 golds, 1 silver, and 4 bronze in swimming during the 2018 Palarong Pambansa. Also, under SBO, item 1B, resolution congratulating, commending Mary Lovely
Benavides for winning a bronze medal in the swimming during the 2018 Palarong Pambansa. Also, as 1C, resolution congratulating commending Jose Tondo for winning 1 silver and 1 bronze. 1D, resolution congratulating commending Jerl Rayleigh Pineda for winning a bronze medal in gymnastics. 1E, resolution congratulating commending Atia Tiris Dimaiwat for winning a bronze medal in gymnastics. Item number 2, the special business or order, is the proposed resolution sponsored by Honorable Ray and Cedric Rintoy, CYO Councilor Alfonso Miguel Benconceo, and Ina Jane Bangate. Resolution congratulating and commending Attorney Aileen Carla Carpio for placing 16th in the November 2017 bar examination. Also, Mr. Chair, as item number 3 of the special business or order is the matter of the privileged speech of the Honorable Julian Labadia, containing a resolution urgently calling on all Nagueños of Roman Catholic faith through the able leadership of His Eminence Archbishop Rolando Tria Tirona to unite and offer a prayer every day for the triumph of justice in the fight of the city of Naga against the threat of eviction on the land donated to it by the benevolent Don Macario Mariano, which for decades has served as the seat of government of our maugmang lugar. Under unfinished business, Mr. Chair, item number 12 is the annual investment program. Item number 13 is the letter from Acting General Manager Engineer Nelson Lalas pertaining to the installation of 20 MVA power transformer. Item number 14 is the committee report of the Committee on Transport. Item number 15 is the letter from the Housing and Settlement Development Office pertaining to the copy of the special power of attorney of Mr. Jaime Pabi. Item number 16 is the letter from Ms. Cristina Miresol of Communities Naga Incorporated regarding the reclassification of properties. Item number 17 is the letter from Sohay Bani Arimao pertaining to the request for reconsideration of the decision of the Sangguniang Panglungsod. Item number 18 is the letter from Engineer Robencia pertaining to the reply to the letter of the Sangguniang Panglungsod. Item number 19 of the unfinished business is the decision of the Supreme Court pertaining to the granting of monetary reward for the 3-termer councilors of the City of Manila. Item number 12 of the new business is the annual endorsement of the City Budget Officer endorsing the annual budget of Barangay Balatas. Item number 13 of the new business is the endorsement from the City Mayor submitting the accounts payable for the calendar year 2017 to be charged to the current appropriation. Item number 14 of the new business is the letter from the City Planning and Development Office pertaining to the technical evaluation on the documents submitted by Mrs. Evangeline Alinday. Under other matters, Mr. Chair, item number 3 is the letter from Penro Officer Rene Camacho pertaining to the invitation for the orientation on payment for environmental services. And lastly, Mr. Chair, under other matters, item number 4 is the letter from the Naga City People's Council submitting the new set of officers and the representative to the Sangguniang Panglungsod committees. I so move for its approval, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Without objection, Councilor Greg Abonal.
Mr. Chair, so that we can proceed immediately, I will not object to the proposed agenda, but kindly take note that there must have been about 8 or 10 items included in the unfinished business without benefit of our prior reading. I suggest that when we go through them, we take one by one decision whether or not to proceed or simply refer them to the committees. Thank you, Mr.
Your manifestation is duly noted. Thank you. So without objection, our order of business as modified is now approved. Thank you, Councilor Baldimoro. Next item.
Order of business.
Before that, we acknowledge the presence of our city agriculturist, Mrs. Edna Bongalonta.
For that matter, we would also like to acknowledge the city youth agriculturist, Ms. Rhea Pardinas.
The secretary, please, for the next item.
Special business or order. The list of Naga City Division medalists during the Palarong Pambansa 2018 submitted by Mr. Francisco Leo J. Damasi, Principal, DepEd Sports Coordinator, with note to the City Mayor for SP resolution of congratulations. And we have 1A, B, C, D, and E passing separate and individual resolutions for this purpose.
Okay. The Honorable Alfonso Miguel Buen Consejo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These athletes brought honor and pride to the city of Naga and to the Bicol region, and it is rightful to give commendation to these athletes. That's all. I so move for the approval.
Without objection, the motion is approved for each and every athlete enumerated in the list. Okay. Christine. Okay. Can we now proceed to the next item?
The proposed resolution.
Before that, Councilor Greg Abonal.
We only saw the one for Mr. Vasquez. My understanding is that each one of them will have a separate resolution.
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, that there is no mention of monetary grant here. I think that is something that is given by the executive. But is that regulated, the amount, is that regulated by the Sangguniang? You will recall that all of a sudden the Palarong Bicol winners were given, instead of 1,750 and 500, which used to be the practice, it suddenly became 5,000, 3,000, and 2,000, all of them chargeable to the SEF. I understand that that amount, that went as far as nearly $1 million pesos, but was absorbed by the budget of SEF. This is not Bicol meat anymore. This is natural stature. I do not think we will maintain 5,332 or something. Is the grant of monetary incentives or recognition subject to the authority of the Sangguniang?
Is the question addressed to everyone?
For the moment, I am asking the chair, please. If I'm I'm not satisfied. I ask everybody.
Before the answer of the chair, Councilor Ray Anrentoy. Do you have a problem with your microphone? Okay.
There's actually an existing ordinance, Mr. Chairman, which regulates the giving of incentives to the athletes who garnered medals.
And
for
that
the
ordinance has not yet been amended.
has not yet been amended, but insofar as the incentives is concerned, the charging of the giving of the incentives is actually chargeable against the SEF, and actually does not go into the approval of the Sangguniang Panglungsod. If you will recall, we were confronted with this few sessions ago, and then we decided to forward the matter to the school board for their resolution. And upon conferment with the city mayor, the school board already passed a resolution regulating or increasing the amount to be given to the achievers, to the athletes, Mr.
So are you telling us that by that act of the school board, we are divested of our authority to specify
insofar as the source of funds is concerned?
The question is with respect to the amount.
That's why, Mr. Chairman, insofar as, because we don't have the necessary or the sufficient amount insofar as the general fund is concerned or the sports fund, that's why we decided that we forwarded the matter to the city mayor's office and for the mayor to convene the school board and for the school board to determine as to the amount be given to these athletes, Mr. Chairman.
Did we say that we are abdicating that authority? I could not remember us taking that position. In fact, I was expecting that the proposed ordinance would still be tackled by this body. At any rate, this resolution can proceed without indicating the amount. If that is all right with everyone, we can have it passed. As in fact, I think everyone is in agreement with this being favorably considered by us. But I am proposing that we continue to take up your proposed ordinance that would amend our existing ordinance as to the amount that would be granted to athletes that are excelling in the Palarong Bicol, in the Palarong Pambansa. Okay? So we are approving the same as moved and duly seconded. Okay. I hope I have satisfied the query of Councilor Greg Abonal. Yes. Yes, Councilor Abonal.
I regret, Mr. Chair, that no one can satisfy my query. I am worried about putting prices to certain achievements. I mean, these are Palarong Pambansa winners. Pambansa, how about international winners? And we're getting many of them. Pag summer ka ni Mr. Chair, so mga math na naman, math wizards, maruluwas na naman na yung mapa Singapore, mapa sa Insain, they will come home with awards. I am worried about, you know, if I may just go back, kanto po, pag nanggagana sa basketball, ang trophy, araw ka na kanikalangkaw. Ngayon para langkawan. Now we're giving so much. Is it because we have so much already? Ang pagpa-pricing po, mga Mr. Chair, kan achievement, kung minsan nagkaka burungi-bungi man. I really have no answer to this phenomenon, but it's happening. It has been happening. Para lang kawan in trophy. si nanggana sa elementary school na Miss Nutrition naghahagad ng 18-inch trophy. 18-inch trophy for Miss Nutrition. Paano na pala kung valedictorian ribbon?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
My suggestion, if it is all right with the Honorable Greg Abunal, is for you or for any member of this body to propose the necessary legislation that will become as a guideline, as basis for the grant, including for those coming back to our country with the respective winnings. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, we in the Sanggunian are in such a privileged position. The position is both a privilege, an honor, and a duty, so that the things that we see happening in the city that concern us and we believe should be responded to, we are given the authority to so respond. So, Honorable Abunal, on the concern of the Honorable Abunal, the Honorable Abunal himself has that power to initiate a solution to that concern. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That is why my suggestion that a proposal be submitted to us. Okay. So we proceed to the next item.
The proposed resolution is sponsored by Honorable Rayan Cedric Girintoy and the Honorable City Youth Councilors Alfonso Miguel Buen Consejo and Anna Jane Bangati, congratulating and commending Attorney Aileen Carla Carpio for placing 16th in the November 2017 bar examination.
Yes, Councilor Ben Consejo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bar exam is one, if not the most hardest, most prestigious and difficult form of examination, and it is just rightful to give commendation to Attorney Aileen Carla Carpio for placing 16.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Ben Consejo. Councilor Labadia.
Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
Ang concern ko lang, Mr. Chairman, digdi sa resolution, doon tayo makita ma-check, pero kadakol Tanganaga na nakapasar, bako lang siguro dahil may place ka, 16. Paano man si pang 99 na Taganaga, dahil rinibo man si nakapasar, dahil kita, Mr. Chairman, nag-object, pero mas mararay garo kung mapasar kita kani, sabi nga ni Councilor Elmer Subago, ubos kung ubos, gabos kung gabos. Kaya sa isyong ini, Mr. Chairman, dahil ko aram kung i-consider kang proponent na i-refer na mo na sa committee and then hanapon si gabos na nakapasar, pati si paka 99th place, para gabos kung gabos, ubos kung ubos, gabos kung gabos.
Comment from the proponents? Tabang. Councilor Miller Rakid Arroyo.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I agree with Councilor Labadia. However, this particular proposal may be passed and then we consider the concern raised by Honorable Labadia. Because actually placing, I think, this, getting the 16th place is really something that we have to take note of in terms of congratulating, even just for purposes of congratulating the person. So we should pass this, Mr. Chair. But I think also, and I think we should pass another resolution congratulating those who have passed coming from the schools in Naga City, although right now there's only one school. Because if we will congratulate all Nagueños, whether they had their College of Law here in Naga or not, it might take us some time. And by then, the congratulatory message would have been too late. So I believe congratulations for those who have passed the bar, who took up their law studies in the city of Naga, also to affirm the achievement of that school. So it will not be just the student that we're congratulating, but also the school, to encourage the school to do better, especially now that there's another law school in Naga, to also encourage and inspire this new law school in the city.
Okay. For now, we are considering only this proposal.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And there being no objection to it, there being no objection,
Ang sarong concern ko lang siguro, after kang pagpasarkali, may sarong committee na mahanap ka itong mga klase sa eskwela. Pero sa hindi ko si mga taga-Naga, Mr. Chairman, na nagklase ngayon sa Manila, na nag-take law, sa hindi ko pwede na pa i-consider ito. Dahil nag-uulit pa man sila rin sa tuya, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
So anyway, noted, Mr. Chairman.
will we also be doing the same, let's say, in the area, in the field of medicine, in the field of engineering? So by merely passing the bar, the board, should we already pass also a resolution of congratulation? Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dahil ako ta kumataram, pero may narisalang kong sala. First, for lawyers, you can only be called an attorney. It's just that if you already signed the role of attorney. And I don't know whether that fellow has already signed the role of attorney. So if not, she cannot yet be called attorney as of this moment. Second, Mr. Chair, I beg to disagree with the praise that the bar examination is the toughest. It's one of the toughest, but not the toughest. The CPA board has only a passing percentage of no more than 19%. The licensure examination for certified public accountant. So that's why I beg to disagree that the bar examination is the toughest. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. Councilor Rayan Rentoy, and then after you, Councilor Del Rosario.
If I heard it right, my counterpart did not say the toughest. In fact, he said one, if not the most difficult exam in the country. Well, Councilor Buddy Del Castillo can always claim that the public accountant is the most difficult because he is a CPA. But of course, Councilor Miles Rakid Agoyo and the Vice Mayor can also claim that the no, is the most. So it's actually subjective, Mr. Chairman. No, but insofar as the concern of Councilor June Lavadilla that we congratulate everyone who passes the bar or whatever examination it may be. You know, Mr. Chairman, placing in whatever board exam, in whatever examination or regulatory examination should have a special place for recognition. That's why this representation and my counterpart actually proposes this.
Okay.
Because we see it fitting, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Rayan Rentoy. Councilor Del Rosario.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair. Moving forward, I would like to propose, Mr. Chair, that we create a committee, Sangguniang-based committee, to gather all the results of the different examinations, whether foreign service, bar, CPA, PMA, etc., so that we can proceed from that. We can give them commendation.
Record from what date? Will that include the year 1995 when I passed the bar?
No need, Mr. Chair. I think the municipality of I think, Mr. Chair, baka dain na po siguro, with due respect. Sa hili ko po, starting this year, yung mga examination ko niyan, ngunya na August and November, may examination sa medicine, sa accountancy, etc. Okay. Tangari po, Mr. Chair, dahil lang kita mahalat kang si mga results, garo-igwanang research committee, correspondingly maaraman ta sa mga eskwelahan tangarig makomenta man sinda.
Okay.
Tangarig pong day tanggayo na siya pagpara debatihan because pigparagalan ini Mr. Chair, pagpapasan pigparagalan ini and abot man na may mga insinuation. Sa hiling ko Mr. Chair, we can proceed by having a small committee chaired by Mr. Gil de la Torre, assisted by Ma'am Malu Palmaria, and
You are referring to the Tri-Mobile Task Force.
Tri-Mobile Task Force. Bako pa rin. And siguro Mr. Sepio. Mr. De La Torre, Sepio, and selling ko Saropa.
Okay.
Just to...
Okay.
And human resource siguro.
So,
thank you, Mr.
So, here's what we are going to do.
Okay.
For now, this proposal is considered approved. As to the proposal to create a committee to consider all other passers of bar exam, board, etc., we will come to that once the proposed resolution or ordinance is submitted to us for our consideration. Will that be all right? Okay? Okay. So that's our decision. Okay. Councilor Greg Abonal.
Mr. Chair, may I bring up another matter related to this? You will recall that may have been last year or the other year when we looked down on a member's nomination for the mayoral awards, saying na baka nga ma-influensya ta naman yan dahil may otoridad kita. And then we noticed last year that almost everybody was given recognition. Yung mga medalists sa palarong pambansa. Actually, yung mga sa athletics doon, Mr. Chair, outnumbered all the other recognition. Also included were placers in the LET exams, in the national certifications. We may be looking at increasing number of mayoral awardees by virtue of outstanding performances in the Palarong Pambansa and also in the national exams. I would think that that is something we should also consider. Kapag nagpaparadakol ang awardees na kung ano-ano na sana, nawawara man in balor, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I agree with the manifestation of Councilor Greg Abonal. That is why there may be a need for us to consider a legislation covering this matter. So we proceed to the next item.
Mr. Chair.
Councilor Del Rosario.
How about my suggestion, Mr. Chair?
We are awaiting for the concrete proposal in writing.
Yes, Mr.
Okay. Next item.
The proposed resolution, subject matter of the privilege speech of the Honorable Labadia, calling on all Nagueños of Roman Catholic faith through the able leadership of His Eminence Archbishop Rolando Tria Tiaruna, OCD-DD, to unite and offer a prayer every day for the triumph of justice in the fight of the city against the threat of eviction on the land donated by the benevolent Don Macario Mariano, which for decades has served as the seat of government of our maugmang lugar.
Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
Actually, I would like to invite everyone for a joint and collective motion. And, Chairman, I welcome all amendments to the proposed resolution, Mr. Chairman. So, on joint and collective motion, Mr. Chairman, I would like to move that this resolution be passed.
Councilor Miller Rakid Arroyo, and then after you, Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
And then
Chair.
sa'yo.
I already directly conveyed to the proponent my comment, Mr. Chair, that we remove the specific mention of the Roman Catholic faith through the able leadership of His Eminence Archbishop Rolando Tirona. Siguro haliunta itong specific mention of the particular religious entity. Siguro, sabi mo na lang siguro inviting all Nagueños to unite in prayer. Haliunta na po yan because that would be violative of the separation of church and state, and we will be guilty of violation of the non-establishment clause in the Constitution. Ang non-establishment clause po in the Constitution says na dapat mayo kitang i-favor na mas kinaanong relihiyon. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, Mr. Chair, I have a similar observation. Siguro, ibalita si Gabos na religious denomination on this particular.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. Our city youth counterparts are also having their opinion on the matter.
Any members of the City Youth Sangguniang Panlungsod? I believe Councilor Juan Carlos Madrid. Same manifestation. If anyone else? Okay, I will now turn over.
Christine, can you show us the other portions of the proposed resolution?
Mr. Chair.
Councilor Del Rosario, and then after you, Councilor Abonal.
Siguro po, for them to be convinced that we really have a solid and valid claim hindi po sa Dagata, I think we have to explain to these denominations na we really have a solid proof. And I think, Mr. Chair, this is one way passing this resolution. However, I think we should further inform them through siguro letters or meeting them, yung mga heads kaning mga denominations na or sect, to explain to them para at least po mayo man mga haka-haka sa inda o mga duda. Kasi kung ibubugtak ta po yan sa resolution, medyo malaba siyang maray. I think a meeting and discussion with these heads of sects or denomination can bolster our request, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other comment? Yes, Councilor Abonal.
Mr. Chair, ang kagustuhan ko pong mangyari digdiyo, pagmati ko malinaw man, baka para rin sa to'y agabus. But in prayer, I will keep my prayer silent on the matter. Ipapangadji ko na lang. Hindi ko na po babanggit doon na Diyos ko, tabangan mo ako, tamay kalaban ako. I would be willing to support a resolution praying for clarity and fairness on the part of the Supreme Court without having to mention na binawi ang kita nindaga, ning kung ano, without reference anymore to the particular case. Because in so doing, I am praying against another individual or a group of individuals. I can pray only for my benefit, for our benefit, but not to the detriment of the others. Kaya, I would rather that if we must pass a resolution requesting for prayers for the members of the Supreme Court without having any reference anymore to the particular specifics. Dahil aram-taman sa nagabos na niulaban ng siyudad kontra sa sarong pamilya. And therefore, if it must be of this sort, I cannot join the resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Greg Abonal. Inasmuch as the proposal would need a modification of the proposed resolution, may we hear from the proponent, Councilor Julian Labadia Jr., as to your comment.
Amended that the mentioning of Roman Catholic be deleted, Mr. Chairman, and the name of the Archbishop. So the resolution now will read as resolution urgently calling on all Nagueños to unite and offer a prayer every day for the triumph of justice in the fight of the city of Naga against the threat of eviction on the land donated to it by the benevolent Don Macario Mariano, which for decades has served as the seat of government of our lugar. So move, Mr. Chairman, on joint and collective, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection? Councilor Greg Abonal.
Chair manifested, Mr. Chair, I would rather keep my prayer silent, and therefore I cannot join, I'm sorry, I cannot join the entire body in specifying what the prayer is for, and especially mentioning the Marianos and so on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Greg Abonal. But I would take that also to mean that you are not objecting to the proposed resolution. Is that an accurate understanding of your manifestation?
I cannot be part of a joint resolution, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe we can, as rewarded by the proponent, Mr. Chair, on the 1, 2, 3, 4, on the 4th line, maybe we should change the word for the triumph of justice. Maybe we can say for an enlightened resolution, on the fight of the city of Naga. So siguro yun na lang po, siguro yun. Kung ano man ang maging resolution kayan, if it will be triumph, kung manggana kita, then would be thanking everyone for the prayer. Pero baka yan po ang problema siguro ni Councilor Abonal. So kung palitan ta po ang for the triumph of justice, kung sabihin ta po for an enlightened resolution on the fight of the city of Naga concerning, yun na po siguro yan. Yun lang po ang babagunta. Enlightened resolution on the fight of the city of Naga.
With that, is the proposed modification acceptable to the proponent?
Kasi ang sinasabi po ni Councilor Abonal, dahil kita magagad ng specific na blessing, because for all we know, the Marianos are also praying for the opposite. So, but we should all, the city and the Marianos should pray for an enlightened resolution. If we are asking for prayer, it should be for an enlightened resolution on the matter.
Okay. So, given the conformity expressed by the main proponent, we are now approving this proposed resolution. By the way, are we going to send this to various denominations?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, yes. As mentioned in the privilege speech, there were about almost 8 or 9 religious sector.
There was a previous suggestion to first gather all of them or their representative to a meeting and to explain what transpired for their better understanding of the situation.
I agree with that, Mr. Chairman. Pero kang magkaigong amendment na si Councilor Miles sinasabi niya, dahil naman sinasabi pabor sa to, basta kung ano si resolution, pangyari. So dahil na kay Mr. Chairman na i-gather ta pasinda, instead, ipang-agita sincerely kung ano man ang resulta, kung pabor sa to.
Okay. Okay. So with that, we shall now proceed to the next item.
Unfinished business. The letter dated April 24, 2018, inviting in today's regular session Mrs. Edna Bongalonta, City Agriculturist, to render an update with respect to the consultation made by her office with farmers on the procurement of service vehicle.
Our rules are suspended and Mrs. Bongalonta is requested to come forward for this particular item.
Good morning. My son. Hello. Good morning po sa Gabos, Honorable Vice Mayor Nelson Ligacion, and his counterpart, Honorable Jose Ryan Usok. Hello, hello. Hello, test mic.
Okay, please proceed.
Hello, good morning po. Hello. Honorable Nelson Ligacion, our City Vice Mayor and his counterpart, Joseph Brian Bitusok, and the members of the Sangguniang Panglungsod and their counterpart, and also my counterpart, Ms. Rhea Cardenas. Sa Gabos pong yaon ni Union, good morning po. We have submitted the consultation from the city corn farmers and other farmers of Naga City to purchase a corn infoban last May 2, 2018 at 2 p.m. at the Naga City People's Mall. Ini po, kaiba po ni naman sa Farmers Week activity ni. So, I submitted the proceedings and hindi ko na po pa i-detalye, but then, based on the result, nobody objected. All were in favor to buy the corn infoban for the City Agriculture Office. From the proceeds from the amount of 1 million peso from the Corn Quality Achievers Award last 2017. So I'm asking a favorable resolution from this body to proceed with that.
Councilor Julian Labria Jr. and later on, in as much as a City Youth Councilor raised his hand, we will give him the opportunity to also speak his mind on the matter.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I just want to move, Mr. Chairman, on joining collective motion again for the approval of the purchase of the said vehicle by the City Agriculture's Office. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Before disposing of this item,
Yes, before the disposal of this item, Councilor Madrid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May we just inquire from the resource person, how many specifically were the attendees in the consultation, so as for the information of the body? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Madrid. Ma'am?
Based on the attendance, there were 62 farmers who attended the consultation.
Okay. I believe Councilor Madrid's concern is duly noted. Without any further discussion from the City Youth Sangguniang Panlungsod members.
Councilor Rayan Rentoy.
There were 62 people who attended the consultation, correct? But how many corn farmers do we have in Naga? In total?
Those coming from Panikwason, San Isidro, and Carolina, and Cararayan were mostly corn farmers, sir, and Bacol. our master listed farmers, we have more or less, out from the 1,000, we have 700 plus.
700 and only 62 attended. So not sufficient representation of the 700 corn farmers, Mr. Chairman, for the record.
Were the other corn farmers notified or invited of the consultation meeting?
Yes, sir, but some of the farmers were busy harvesting their corn produce. So
Okay.
they were not able to attend the said consultation.
For as long as you are giving us the assurance that they were notified and or invited?
Yes, sir, because during the Farmers' Week celebration, all farmers of Naga City were invited to attend the said activity.
So given this manifestation, Councilor Rian Rentoy, and then after you, Councilor Rakid
According
Arroyo.
to Ms. Edna Bongalonta, these farmers were invited to attend the Farmers' Week, not to attend for the purpose of consultation.
Can you clarify?
But then, sir, the consultation is part of the activity of the Farmers' Week celebration. So,
Were the corn farmers, were those invited aware that the matter will be about the purchase of information van?
as I just relied from the information of our technician, Mr. Benedicto Geraldo, that they were informed of the.
Did you send a written communication, letter invitation to the concerned farmers and or their leaders?
Yes, sir. Because before the activity.
So you have a copy of the letter?
Sir, actually, that was a generic invitation for the activity of the Farmers' Week celebration, and sabi may iba na lang po dumansi consultation for the corn farmers
Okay.
as part of the.
Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ang proponent po baga na gamitin itong 1 million to purchase vehicle is the City Agriculture Office. And yet, the consultation to see whether it's supported or not by the farmers was conducted also by the City Agriculture Office. So, sa law, igo po kitang inaapod na self-serving. Any result that would support the proposal of the City Agriculture Office may be branded as self-serving. Data po sinasabing da itutuo si result, but that will always be in the mind of those who want or who wish for the genuine comment of the corn farmers. So I move, Mr. Chair, that we refer the matter to the City Agriculture Committee, to the Agriculture Committee of the Sanggunian, and for that committee to immediately conduct a consultation on the matter. Dahil halo naman po ining pikahalat kang City Agriculture Office, I believe the Sanggunian Committee on Agriculture will act on this matter immediately. I was really actually expecting that the committee will be the one to conduct that consultation. Mr. Chair, kung sa hiling tapo, kay puan talaga kang City Agriculture Office ang vehicle na ini, pwede ta siyang kuanon from other funds of the city. Kasi itong pinangganahan kayang pinanggana na 1 million, dapat talaga kaibanan dyan ang mga farmers magdesisyon. Bako lang itong token consultation with them. Kaya maging mas totoo, bakong totoo or not, that's the wrong word, mas maging faithful sa satuyang intention to really consult them. Igwa pa kitang surplus, Mr. Chair, siguro naman tayo i-charge because I believe the City Agriculture Office needs this vehicle. But let's not touch that 1 million because that's a prize won not just by the city but by the corn farmers in the city. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Rakid Arroyo. Councilor Labadia.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am amenable to the proposal, referring it to the committee, but when the Honorable Miles suggested that we come up with another source of fund, I would withdraw my earlier motion and instead make a new motion that we look for a fund or charge into the surplus, Mr. Chairman, for the City Agriculture Office use, Mr. Chairman. And si 1 million na ginanahan, mag-meeting na lang ang committee o ang City Agriculture's Office kung anong gigibuhon duman, and then tawan na ng pundo ang City Agriculture's Office to purchase the vehicle, Mr. Chairman. So, move, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection? There being no objection, the motion is now considered approved. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mrs.
Actually, sir,
Bongalonta.
naman po for the information of everybody, we have also from our regular budget. But as far as I've known that our proposal to purchase a vehicle was also disapproved.
Okay.
From our regular budget. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Councilor Greg Abonal.
Ma'am, i-check na lang po, Giraray. Haloy na po kaya NEO. Yung pong price na 1 million, nasa inyo na po ba yun?
From the Agricultural Training Institute, sir.
Yeah, nasa atin na po yun.
Yan po sa ITI. ATI po, Agricultural Training Institute. Yan po dyan sa regional office sa Pili Camarines Sur.
Hindi po yun, ma'am, mapapasa, ma'am. I got the impression na may deadline ito na magamit.
But we can still work on it, sir. Kung na-still check man, ma-request na lang for reprocessing.
In other words, there's no worry about losing the 1 million for lack of immediate action. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Bongalonta.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
The rules are... Mrs. Bongalonta, I think there is another question from our city youth counterpart.
Yes, Councilor Madrid. Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the resource person, since the purchase of the vehicle is now, I think, chargeable to the surplus of the 2017 budget, is there a priority project for the corn farmers of the city so that the 1 million peso price will be used for their further uplifting? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Madrid. I believe the question was addressed to Ma'am Bongalonta.
You are asking assistance from the Honorable Labadia to respond to the question of Youth Councilor Madrid. Is that correct, Mrs. Bongalonta?
I will answer.
Okay. Please proceed.
As far as I know that there was a suggestion that we will consult the corn farmers, so we will ask them what would be the priority project for the 1 million peso. So we cannot, but there are suggestions from my colleagues, but then we will talk it later, maybe, sir.
Councilor Del Rosario.
Siguro, Mr. Chair, sa discussion ta sa AIP, sinabi ko sa privilege speech ko sa bago, i-request na giraray si Ma'am na Bongalonta as far as rice. And also, siguro, baka mahaputan na siya kung di man siyang programa sa corn without first consulting. Kasi as department head, you should have sufficient information and programs na siguro nailatag mo na to reinforce ining sector na ini, Madam.
Okay.
Yes.
So, we will now excuse you, Mrs. Bongalonta.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you po.
Next item.
The letter dated April 23, 2018 from the Coalition of Volunteer Environmental Advocates opposing the indiscriminate cutting of trees in the city by the DPWH and the DENR with support from the city government.
What do we do with this letter? Should we refer this to the Committee on Environment? Councilor Salvador del Castillo, and then after you, Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that the committee has no more jurisdiction over the matter since we've already passed 3 ordinances on this issue. But I just want to correct, Mr. Chair, that there is no indiscriminate cutting of trees. The word is incorrect or not appropriate. And second, Mr. Chair, there is no no one who can be invited in this particular request because no one was put, no name was mentioned in that communication. We cannot send the communication without any proper address, improper addressee. So that's one of the concerns that we must address first, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. This communication came from whom? From Lorax. Who knows Lorax? No one? No one? Okay. Does anyone know who Lorax is? Nobody? Nobody? Now, given this and the manifestation of Councilor Del Castillo, do we simply note this item? Okay, in the absence of any contrary opinion, this matter is simply noted. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, I was actually going to move that be referred to the Committee on People Empowerment because it also questions the genuineness, I guess, of the participatory governance of the city. However, realizing that there's actually no person to whom we can address the communication when the committee would tackle the concern, and then I am not making any such motion anymore, Mr. Chair, and calling out, since this is being aired publicly, the session, calling out on those who have sent that communication to please manifest yourself so that we can invite you when a specific action may be taken on this concern. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Mila Rakid Arroyo. So, for the record, we are not taking any further action on this matter. Considering that there is no indication in the letter, in the document, as to who the persons are responsible in sending this to us. Okay? Next item. Councilor Baldimoro.
Could we take a break, Mr. Chair?
Okay, we take a break.
Ulit na.
At to be ingrata.
Sulitin mo ang gabi bago pa sumapit araw. Ano sunod? Hindi mo na mapipigilan ang saya. Damdamin mo ay umaak. Anak to. Ayun na si Uni.
After your name.
Ready? Session is now resumed. Councilor Greg.
Mr. Chair, this is the report of the Committee on Ways and Means for its April 26 meeting.
Your report is duly acknowledged.
Since the meeting, Mr. Chair, coincided with the regular session of the city youth officials, we did not have any one of them present. And in fact, there was no quorum as all sectoral representatives were themselves absent. Therefore, we'd like to submit this to the committee, to the Sangguniang as Committee of the Whole.
So, do we convert ourselves as a committee of the whole? Anyone? Any motion? We consider the manifestation of Councilor Abonal as a motion. Do I hear a second? There being no objection, the same is approved.
There were 5 items, Mr. Chair, all of them related to the real property tax. The first item was a letter dated March 13 from the City Treasurer submitting report of real property tax delinquencies as of December 31, 2017 for information and especially request for assistance in the enforcement of remedies for collection. Just a little background, Mr. Chair. It appears that can we flash yung sinubmit ng Treasurer? Yung delinquency totals about a little over 300 million, almost 4. Pwede na kuta na to, Mr. Chair, pambayad sa kuyanta back rental ka City Hall. In any case, Mr. Chair, if we may proceed to the disposition.
Yes, please.
The body resolved a number of items. First, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlunsod the passage of an ordinance creating an auction committee. In time, we will submit a resolution, if not an ordinance, creating the auction committee because as of now, it appears that all auctions are conducted solely by the Treasurer.
Okay.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second? Same is approved without objection.
The body further resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlunsod to direct the City Treasurer's Office to segregate the property tax delinquencies according to reason for non-collection for admission within 2 weeks.
Any second? The recommendation is approved.
Maybe just as a background there, Mr. Chair. There are 5 various causes for non-collection. One of them is that the owners could not be located. and therefore the notices could not be served. Second, there are properties that may have been sold to another person, but there has been no transfer. Third would be cases under litigation, and two other cases. The body resolved to ask the treasurer to segregate them so that they are easily manageable. Si day na ko contact di, ang solusyon kanto contact kon. Si under litigation, at least mahalat ka, aram mo kung nuarin ka pwede mag-action. So the recommendation, Mr. Chair, is to ask the treasurer to segregate the property tax delinquencies according to reason for non-collection for submission within 2 weeks. So move, Mr. Chair.
Okay, the same was already approved.
Yes. The body finally resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlunsod the passage of a resolution addressed to the Bureau of Internal Revenue, particularly requesting for a list of registration requirements with the end in view of facilitating the registration in the name of the city of those foreclosed, auctioned, and no bidder real properties. The situation, Mr. Chair, is this: when property is bidded, there's no bidder. The ownership transferred to the city, but we could not register it under the city. The problem they have is that the original owner would not be willing to cooperate in furnishing data required by BIR. Kaya, igo pong pigsubmit sa tuyang 27 properties na pinagbid, no bidder. They are supposed to be city properties, but they are not registered in the name of the city. Kaya di taman ma-dispose na gayo. And therefore, this is addressed not just to the local BIR, but a resolution, in fact, addressed to BIR to facilitate matters. We will also submit copy of such resolution in time, Mr. Chair. So moved.
Okay, so we will just await for the proposed resolution.
Yeah, but the mind is that we would submit,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Okay, second item, Mr. Chair, is a request. The undated letter from Ms. Annabel De Luna requesting consideration for the payment of real property tax. For the disposition, we'll take that up after the third item, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Letter C, letter of intent from Ms. Gemma Macaraig informing that she is the declared owner of the property with tax declaration number such and such located at Barangay Concepcion Grande of this city. Ang problema nito, Mr. Chair, bayad niya si Daga pero sa building dahil. Kaya ang delinquent payment for the building, which brought us to the attention of several delinquents na bayad totoo si Daga pero sa building dahil. Dahil taman bid sa building, tas isay man mabid kan building na dahil mo sa diri sa Daga. To which, in fact, a member, si Councilor Del Castillo, nagsabi na in bad faith ang pagbabayad. In bad faith. Pigbabayadan, sukabanga dai. No? So, we come to the disposition, Mr. Chair. The body decided to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlunsod the possibility of declaring a resale of auction properties. Yung 27 na properties na no bidder plus other possible properties so similarly situated, we will recommend na mag-declare uli ng resale for another bidding. So move, Mr. Chair.
May I just be clarified about that?
Yes.
We are saying that this is going to be bidded, to be sold at public auction sale.
Yes, yes.
And we will have to follow there is an existing ordinance on this,
Mhm.
the one authored by former Councilor Jose Tuason, to become guidelines of the City Treasurer's office in disposing of
the subject property. And at the same time, giving opportunity to the landowner or to the owner of the building, if that is the case,
Yes.
to buy back the subject property.
Yes.
Subject to the payment of not only the taxes due, but also the expenses incurred by
Yes.
the city.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mas ang updated po ang costing ng isiset na cost for purposes of bidding. The list submitted to us, in fact, may mga properties dating back to 2009. Yung last yata was 2013 na mayong bidder. Okay, item number, letter D, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
The letter dated April 12 from Mr. Tereso Cumban, Office of the Governor, Albay Capital, etc., etc. Property owner of Villa Sorabella Subdivision, Concepcion Grande, this city, requesting that his properties, which was auctioned by the City Treasurer's Office, be returned to him by the city government. Mr. Chair, the letter was addressed to the city mayor, and he forthwith gave it to the city legal officer, our legal officer, Mr. Chair, already responded to this, and so we simply said, kung anong sinabi kan si legal officer, yun na po ito. Okay? So the body resolved that the letter response of the city legal office on the matter was already sufficient. So move, Mr. Chair.
Same is approved.
Letter E, this is the letter April 17 from Mrs. Gregoria Nilda Abunal, City Treasurer, submitting the list of properties that were auctioned from 2009 to 2013 but without bidders. We simply noted this for future use, Mr. Chair. So move, Mr. Chairman.
This item is noted.
That's the end of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Greg Abonal. Next item, please.
The report of the Committee on Appropriations.
Who will render the report?
Yes, Councilor Juan Carlos Madrid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I request acknowledgement of the committee report of the Committee on Appropriations for its committee hearing on April 23, 2018.
The report is acknowledged.
There were 3 items during the committee hearing. May I move to the first item? First endorsement dated April 13, 2018 from Mr. Francisco M. Mendoza, City Budget Officer, forwarding the annual budget of Barangay Bagumbayan Norte, the city, for the calendar year from January 1 to December 31, 2018, as embodied under Barangay Ordinance Number 2018-01, involving the amount of 3,451,886 pesos. Mr. Chair, may I move directly to the disposition?
Proceed.
On motion of Honorable Salvador del Castillo, seconded by Honorable Gregorio Abunal and Dr. Augusto Nieves, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panglungsod the passage of a resolution approving the 2018 budget of Barangay Bagumbayan Norte de City, amounting to 3,451,886 pesos. I so move, Mr. Chair, for its approval.
Duly seconded. The motion is hereby approved.
Next item, Mr. Chair, first endorsement dated April 16, 2018 from Mr. Francisco M. Mendoza, City Budget Officer, forwarding the annual budget of Barangay Peña Francia, this city, for the calendar year from January 1 to December 31, 2018, as embodied under Ordinance Number 01-2018, involving the amount of 5,423,868 pesos. May I go directly to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Proceed.
On motion of Honorable Gregorio Arabunal, seconded by Honorable Salvador M. del Castillo, Honorable Elmer S. Baldemoro, and Dr. Augusto R. Nieves, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panglungsod the passage of a resolution approving the 2018 budget of Barangay Peñafrancia, this city, amounting to 5,423,868 pesos. I so move, Mr. Chair, for its approval.
As is duly seconded by the members of this body, the same is approved.
Third item, Mr. Chair, proposed ordinance authored by Honorable Elmer S. Baldemoro, entitled Ordinance Establishing the City Government's Counterpart in the Honorarium of Barangay Electricians of 500 pesos per month and annual group insurance coverage, extending to them the other benefits being provided by the city to barangay volunteers and appropriating funds for the purpose. May I go directly, Mr. Chair, to the disposition?
Go on.
On motion of Honorable Elmer S. Baldemoro, seconded by Honorable Gregorio R. Abunal, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod the passage of an ordinance establishing the city government's counterpart in the honorarium of barangay electricians of 500 pesos per month and annual group insurance coverage, extending to them the other benefits being provided by the city to barangay volunteers and appropriating 226,800 pesos for the purpose for calendar year 2018, chargeable against the surplus in the 2017 budget. Mr. Chair, may request the proponent to make the formal motion.
Yes, Councilor Baldemoro.
This is being considered on final reading. Okay. Okay. The motion having been duly seconded, is there an objection? There being none, the same is approved. This proposed ordinance is now approved on final reading.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This ends the committee report.
Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
Section 5. Baka instead na gamiton ta ang word na spirit, baka purpose ang mas maraya. So much amount as necessary to realize the spirit of this ordinance. Baka mas maray ko na the purpose of this ordinance. So baka mawara si spirito, pero si katuyuhan di mawawara. I'm just suggesting if it is acceptable to the author.
Notwithstanding the approval of this ordinance, we hear the comment of Councilor Baldemoro. Okay, so with the conformity given, the ordinance is being corrected accordingly. The comment of the comment and the corresponding motion of the Honorable Salvador del Castillo refers to the first section 5 or the last? To the first. So the last is section 6 with those corrections. Okay.
We now proceed to the next item.
The report of the Committee on Culture and the Arts and Tourism.
Councilor Morata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I request acknowledgement for the reading of the committee report on the Committee of Culture and Arts and Tourism.
The report is acknowledged.
There was only one item discussed during the committee hearing. May I proceed, Mr. Chair?
Proceed.
Item number 1, letter dated March 3, 2018 from the officers and members of the Nueva Cáceres Heritage Movement Incorporated, requesting authority to install historical signboards carrying old Spanish names with brief description of present street at downtown area, proposed as Nueva Cáceres Heritage District. May I proceed with the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Proceed.
On motion of Honorable Abonal, duly seconded by Honorable Del Castillo, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlusod for the approval of the request of the Nueva Cáceres Heritage Movement Incorporated to install historical signboards carrying old Spanish names with brief description at downtown area to be called as Nueva Cáceres Heritage District, and subject to observe the city ordinances in the installation of street lamps, and further, there being, may I move for its approval, Mr. Chair?
Before that, Councilor Del Castillo.
Yes, Councilor Salvador Del Castillo.
Mr. Chairman, in the disposition, the last part should read, after the district, that should be comma, subject to compliance of existing ordinances of the city. Nawara, Mr. Chair. So I move that that phrase should be added in the disposition.
Any comment from the committee? Is the suggestion, are you amenable to the suggestion? Councilor Salvador Del Castillo?
Actually, what I'm saying, Mr. Chair, is the meat of the disposition. I'm the one who seconded, and I remember what the committee have recommended to this body. So that phrase was should be included, Mr. Chair. It was not included in that disposition.
Okay, so necessary inclusion will be made. Councilor Greg Abonal.
It does not appear in the report, Mr. Chair, but we instructed the movement to say categorically who's going to spend for this. Dahil ninda pigsasabi, Mr. Chair, pero ang gusto ninda, syudadan magastos kan gabus na iyan. Sabi namin, kung partnership, maning partnership na one-sided, kaya dapat igwa mang girarais in ni participation. So later on, I think they will submit the distribution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. You may proceed. By the way, we have a representative from Land Bank of the Philippines who is here for the purpose of distributing our new ID card.
Move to recess, Mr. Chair.
I thought you are already through. Daipa? Councilor Diasis? Okay, okay. So the Honorable Morata, are you through?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That ends my report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Councilor Morata. The representative of Land Bank is Ms. Sherry Opalda. Okay. Short break. We take a short break.
Okay, Councilor.
Mr. Chair, may I have my
Yes, Councilor
counterpart,
Rakid Arroyo.
Councilor, to render the report of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so your city youth counterpart shall be rendering the report of the Committee on Land Use.
The dashing Councilor Santi. Go on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I request acknowledgement of the report on the Committee on Land Use for hearing held on April 23, 2018.
The report is acknowledged.
There were 7 items treated by the committee. First item, Committee Report 2018-02, Committee on Land Use public hearing held on March 26, 2018 at Barangay San Felipe and Calawag of this city. Mr. Chair, may I move directly to the disposition?
You may.
Based on the technical evaluation report of the City Planning and Development Office, that all documents submitted are found to be complete and in order, on motion of Honorable Julian C. Lavadia Jr., seconded by Honorable Cecilia Veluz de Asis, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to pass an ordinance amending Ordinance Number 2000/01 by rezoning a portion of a parcel of a residential land located at Barangay San Felipe of this city to commercial area consisting of 6,000 square meters. So we move for the passage of the amendatory ordinance, Mr. Chair.
The same is approved.
Next item. Items 2, 3, and 4 were treated simultaneously. Please note the correction. Second item, letter dated April 12, 2018 of Engineer Leon B. Palmiano IV, City Engineer, submitting comment on the letter of the CGDI relative to the inspection report conducted by their office to revalidate the current condition of the roads and other facilities that are subject for donation to the city government. Third item, letter dated March 14, 2018 of Architect Victoria Joy B. Adriano, General Manager of CGDI, submitting comment on the CEO's inspection report on road lots and open spaces at St. James Subdivision, Phases 1 and 2. Next item, letter dated April 7, 2018 of Mr. Gavino S. Pilapil, President of St. James Subdivision Homeowners Association, submitting comments relative to the inspection report conducted by the City Engineer's Office on March 10, 2018. Mr. Chair, may I move directly to the disposition?
Okay, go on.
On motion, duly seconded, the committee resolved to defer the matter and direct the City Engineer's Office as follows. 1. Furnish the Sangguniang the list of areas in the subdivision sought to be donated by the CGDI. Second, complete the conduct of revalidation, inspection, and submit its report to the Sangguniang within 30 days from today. So, we move.
Okay,
Item number 5.
The matter is considered deferred.
Item number 5. Letter dated March 7, 2018 of Mr. Rodel L. Reyes, President of Mabolo Village Homeowners Association, Incorporated, submitting documents for the preliminary approval on the locational clearance of the property of Henry Lee et al., all occupied by the members of Mabolo Village Homeowners Association, Incorporated. Mr. Chair, may I move directly to the disposition?
Proceed.
On motion, duly seconded, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to direct the SP Secretary to refer the matter to the City Planning and Development Office for their technical evaluation. So we move. Sixth item.
Okay, the same is approved.
Sixth item, letter dated April 19, 2018 from Camellia Homes Communities Incorporated. Letter dated March 12, 2018 of Mr. Wilfredo B. Prilles, Jr., City Planning and Development Officer, submitting for the technical evaluation of the documents submitted by Ms. Cristina M. Mirasol relative to her application for development permit of the proposed Camellia Heights Subdivision Phase 2 located at Barangay Cararayan of this city. Mr. Chair, may I move directly to the disposition?
Proceed.
based on the recommendation of the CPDO and the report of the CENRO that shows compliance with the pertinent laws and regulation on development of the residential and residential subdivision as reflected in the plan submitted with all the requirements for the application have been duly complied with. The committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to approve the application for development permit for the Camellia Heights Subdivision Phase 2 located at Barangay Kararayan of the city. So we move.
Okay. Duly seconded. The same is approved.
Next item, Mr. Chair. Letter dated March 21 of Engineer Leon B. Palmiano the second disposition. Okay, sorry. The committee further resolved to the CPDO and the CEO and the CENRO be directed to conduct regular inspection during the construction phase of the residential subdivision to ensure the adherence to the plans of the approved by the city. So we move.
Okay, so the further disposition is also approved.
Next item, letter dated March 21, 2018 by Engineer Leon B. Palmiano IV, City Engineer, submitting comment relative to the SP Resolution number 2018-103, creating a technical working group for the formulation of a comprehensive drainage master plan in the city of Naga. Mr. Chair, may I move directly to the disposition?
Proceed.
On motion, duly seconded, the committee resolved to recommend to the Oversight Committee of the Sangguniang Panglungsod to convene and discuss the staffing requirements of the different offices of the city, particularly the CEO. In the meantime, the letter comment of the CEO is noted. We move that the matter be noted.
Okay, the same is approved.
That ends my report, Mr. Chair.
I see. Okay, thank you, Councilor Santi.
Mr. Chair, yes, as pointed out by the Sangguniang Secretary, let's maybe move that we go back to item number 1 of the report.
Item number 1.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The second disposition was, I believe, not rendered for approval of this August chamber. I think it was omitted as noticed by the Sangguniang Secretary. So.
My apologies, my counterpart. My apologies to this August chamber. Going for the second disposition in the first item, the committee further resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang to pass a resolution requiring the applicant to comply with the following conditions if indeed the subject area will be utilized for a satellite market. The applicant must establish proper waste disposal system to ensure cleanliness of the area and to ensure that no obnoxious odor will emit from the wet section of the market. Next, the applicant must construct a concrete fence on the perimeter of the market in order not to affect the other areas surrounding the market, especially the residential areas. Next, the applicant must install barbed wire on its existing fence in the property to prevent burglars or bad elements from using the fence as their passage for doing their crimes. Next, the applicant must hire services of security guard to ensure the safety within the area. And lastly, the applicant must construct a proper drainage system in order to ensure that the market will not contribute to the existing flooding problem in the area. So we move, Mr. Chair.
As is duly seconded, the same is approved. Does that end?
Are you through with your report?
Yes, sir. That ends my report.
Okay. So thank you, Councilor Santi, for your report. May I request the Honorable Cecilia de Asis to temporarily take my place, as I have to be interviewed by the beauteous Miss Sherry Upalda of Land Bank of the Philippines.
Okay, continue.
The report of the Committee on Housing and Settlement.
Are you going to render the report with permission from your counterpart? By all means. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I request acknowledgement of the report on the Committee on Housing and Settlements for hearing held on April 23, 2018.
The same is acknowledged.
There were 6 items treated by the committee. First item, first endorsement dated April 11, 2018, from the Office of the City Mayor, this city, endorsing the Memorandum of Agreement made and entered into by and between the City Government of Naga and the Naga City Urban Poor Federation Incorporated for ratification. Mr. Chair, may I go directly to the disposition?
Proceed.
Wow. The body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to refer the matter to the Housing and Settlements Development Office and to direct this office to discuss the matter with the NCU PFI and to report its recommendations on the matter within 3 days from receipt thereof. So we move.
The same is approved.
Second item, letter dated March 3, 2018, of the City Legal Officer concerning the case of Naga versus Juanita Bustamante, Hortaleza, Special Civil Case number 2017/106 for expropriation involving the property connecting Barangay San Felipe to Santa Lucia, Magarao. Mr. Chair, may I move directly to the disposition?
Proceed.
Considering the manifestation of the HSDO that the offer of the city for the exchange lot was declined by Mrs. Juanita Bustamante Hortaleza due to its location, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to inform the city legal officer that the city cannot grant the request of the Hortalezas as there are no lots available other than those offered but which declined by them. So we move.
Any seconds? The same is approved.
Item number 3, letter dated April 5, 2018 of Engineer Rolando S.I. Campillos, head of HSDO, endorsing the request of the Kapilihan Homeowners Association located at Barangay Calawag, Naga City. Mr. Chair, may I move directly to the disposition?
Proceed.
The body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to authorize the city mayor to enter into a memorandum of agreement with the Kapilihan Homeowners Association for a loan assistance in the amount of 491,700 pesos to defray the cost of hiring private geodetic engineer to finalize the subdivision survey for the Kapilihan on-site resettlement project and to use the same terms as in Starville. So we move. Fourth item.
Same is approved.
First endorsement dated March 9, 2018 from the Office of the City Mayor of this city, endorsing the request for authority to enter into the tripartite memorandum agreement with the Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology and the Gawad Kalinga Community Development Foundation Incorporated, adopting Isla de la Peña in Barangay Bagong Bayan Norte as community beneficiary for the implementation of various programs. Mr. Chair, may I move directly to the disposition?
Proceed.
The body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to authorize the city mayor to enter into the tripartite agreement with the Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology and the Gawad Kalinga Community Development Foundation Incorporated to adopt Isla de la Peña in Barangay Bagong Bayan Norte as a community beneficiary for the implementation of values formation, volunteerism, and other community development project, program, and activities. So we move.
Okay. The same is approved.
Fifth item, letter dated March 2018 of Mr. Charlie N. Neo of Zone 6, San Rafael, Cararayan, Naga City, requesting for a certification that a person can avail or be qualified for the Urban Poor Resettlement Program. Mr. Chair, may I go directly to the disposition?
Proceed.
The body resolved to refer the matter to the Housing and Settlement Development Office to respond to the query of Mr. Charlie N. Neo and to furnish the SP of its response. So we move.
Any seconds? Okay. The same is approved.
Sixth item, letter dated on February 9, 2018 of Alfredo San Juan, Silupa President, requesting the LGU of Naga to expedite the processing of expropriation and the site development of the proposed relocation site offered by the Jimenez family. May I move directly to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Proceed.
The body resolved to defer the matter pending HSDO's submission of the proposed site for acquisition and undertaking of the Jimenez family on the site development fund to be donated by the city government. So we move for the deferent of this matter, Mr. Chair.
Okay. The same is approved.
That ends my report, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Santi.
May I request the Vice Mayor to kindly occupy her seat, or would you like me to request Honorable Rentoy to sit?
Okay, we are now in item number
9, Mr. Chair.
9.
The proposed ordinance of the Honorable Joselito S. A. Del Rosario and City Youth Councilor Alicia Mary France Rodriguez, enhancing and strengthening the anti-illegal drug program of the city by promoting a drug-free workplace, providing sanctions for violations thereof, and appropriating funds for the purpose.
Councilor Del Rosario.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Together with City Youth Councilor Alicia Marie France Rodriguez, we are submitting this on third and final reading, Mr. Chair. All the inputs coming from the other city councilors were incorporated in section 4, 12, 13, 14, and 17. I therefore move, Mr. Chair, that we pass an ordinance enhancing and strengthening the anti-illegal drug program of the city government of Naga by promoting a drug-free workplace in the city government, providing sanctions for violations thereof, and appropriating funds for the purpose.
Any second? Without objection, the same is now approved on third and final reading.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, my dear colleagues.
Okay. Next item.
The proposed ordinance of the Honorable Joselito S. A. Del Rosario and City Youth Councilor Alicia Mary France Rodriguez, further strengthening the city's disaster and emergency preparedness program by establishing the driver first aider training program and mandating the conduct of basic first aid and basic life support training to all jeepney, trimobile, e-trike, and pajak for hired drivers in the city, appropriating funds and providing sanctions for non-compliance thereof.
Again, the Honorable Joselito Del Rosario.
That's for first reading only, Mr.
Okay, in which case we are referring this to the Committee on Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Next item.
The letter dated April 30, 2018 of Ms. Melody E. Relucio, Provincial Director, Department of Interior and Local Government, inquiring when will be the next committee hearing of the Committee on City Properties with respect to their letter, submitting their perspective and floor plan of the proposed DILG building, Camarines Sur Provincial Operation.
We refer this to the Committee on City Properties. Councilor Del Castillo.
Mr. Chairman, actually this matter was already acted by this body through the passage of a resolution granting the request of the DILG provincial office, but with certain conditions that they should provide the ground floor to the city government of Naga for its use. So, what's new in this request, Mr. Chairman?
There is mention here about a letter dated January 26, 2018. Was this taken up by this body?
I do not...
At any rate, there is another matter that has to be considered, and this is with respect to the request of the Land Transportation Office.
Yes.
That
one is pending before the committee.
Okay. If you see the need to still take this up upon perusing the related documents, can you do that?
Okay.
Otherwise,
So,
you just tell us if there is no need therefore, so that we can send the corresponding communication to the DILG provincial office.
yes, Mr. Chair, but I believe that at this point in time, I believe that we should first suspend all this request because of the recent development. Although we are submitting a motion for reconsideration for the court before the Supreme Court, and yet I believe that this position of that property of the city at this point in time is should be held in abeyance pending receipt of the final judgment.
Okay.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
We will be awaiting for the final recommendation of the committee. Okay. Thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. Next item.
Seven, 2018, from the city planning submitting the annual investment program, including
Annual investment program.
including the summarized forms.
We are supposed to take this up in a special session. Okay? So can we set our next special session? On the 23rd? That is a Wednesday. Will that be all right with the members of this body? 24th. So, when will you be available? 17? Okay, 17? 17 is Thursday. Thursday next week. Okay? So, 17. Councilor Del Rosario is not available on the 17th. He has a date, so we accommodate. 16. 16 is Wednesday. Will that be okay? Okay, so 16, 9 o'clock. The secretary will please prepare the necessary order of business.
Mr. Chair.
And for this purpose, the secretary must ensure the presence of the city planning and development officer together with the budget officer, who else? The city engineer. So at least these three officials
of the city. What about the city administrator? Including the city administrator. Councilor Del Rosario.
Mr. Chair, motion for reconsideration
of
the date, Mr. Chair. If we can possibly consider 18, Mr. Chair.
18, not 16.
Not 16, because of sa Committee on Transport kaya, Mr. Chair, kadakol kami na pending ng ano. So this date is a 17. 17 na lang, Mr.
17. Okay, so it's going to be on the 17th of May. Okay, next item. Councilor Labadia.
Request that this document be presented to the Secretary and be included during the discussion of the annual investment plan. This is our roadmap approved, Mr. Chairman, and this is the budgetary requirements.
Roadmap, agricultural roadmap.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I will submit it to the Secretary.
Yes, you may do.
Mr. Chairman, earlier I already asked leave of absence on next week.
Okay. Okay. Next item. I think there is no relevant relief or request addressed to us. So we simply take note of this. Councilor Greg Abonal.
Remember that we were saying yung tabi ang positive NBA power. I really don't know what to say.
Poste po. Poste si Ikakaag.
Correct, but we're saying
Committee on Public Utilities, chaired by Councilor Akid Arroyo. Okay. So this item is referred to that committee. Next item.
Mr. Chair.
Councilor Del Rosario.
Gusto ko lang pong kulang ng opportunity ini na i-underscore lang ito sa letter ni Engineer Lalas na day talaga kabalig ditong igsiributan tang relocation of poles.
Mm-hmm.
What is very notable here, Mr. Chair, is the second paragraph.
Second paragraph.
This paragraph contravenes his previous letter na nagpo-propose pa lang siya ng substation. Ang second paragraph niya, Mr. Chair, sinasabi niya na near in completing the installation of additional 20 MVA. So, which is which now? So, ako, Mr. Chair, because may tulo na kitang resolution sa Big Pass, anyway, dinidetalye na lang hindi, Mr. Chair, na mabugtak lang na siya mga bagong poste. Ang irony of ironies kani, Mr. Chair, kasi mabugtak siya ng poste, kataid lang kansi mga dating poste. May isang initiative na itama niya na ini. Yaw niya naging sa last phrase kang third paragraph niya. So I think the committee on Public Utilities can thoroughly discuss this.
Okay. So the committee will take this up. Next item.
The report to the Committee on Transport.
Mr. Chair.
Councilor Del Rosario, are you going to render a report on this or during the next?
My counterpart, Mr. Chair, will render the report.
This is included in the manifestation of Councilor Greg Abonal earlier.
about the inclusion of how many? Seven items under unfinished business.
Day, kumanadang Mr. Chair na nag-object siya. Ang sabi niya lang, pigmamanifest niya lang, na mga pigdagdag na tayo nag-agi duman sa proseso. I did not hear.
The disposition of which will have to be made at the time that each and every item is subject to our consideration.
Mr.
So,
Chair,
if you are insisting on
Mr. Chair,
rendering a report on this, and if there is no objection, we will allow you.
Mr. Chair, to give a brief background, we had a committee hearing last April 25, and I manifested to the Secretariat na the committee report should be part of the agenda. Unfortunately, kang iniling ko si kang Friday afternoon, nahiling ko humayo sa agenda. It's not our fault, Mr. Chair. So, if the good councilor from Calawag will accede to the request, may I move that we include this in the agenda and let my city youth councilor render the report, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Baldemoro.
Mr. Chair, this matter was already included in the agenda. The manifestation of the Honorable Abunal, whether to take this up or again refer to the committee. So, kung ang ang motion ni Councilor Del Rosario is to include in the agenda, it was already in the agenda.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
So we will allow the rendition of the report, there being no objection.
Okay, Councilor Rodriguez.
Mr. Chairman, may I request acknowledgement of the committee report on Committee of Transportation last April 25, 2018.
The report is acknowledged.
There were 6 items discussed in the committee hearing, and the first item is first endorsement dated April 19, 2018 from the head Trimobile Task Force endorsing the new applications for Trimobile franchise. May I proceed with the disposition, Mr. Chair?
You proceed.
Finding all documents submitted to be complete and in order and thoroughly reviewed by the Trimobile Task Force on motion of Honorable Del Castillo, duly seconded by Honorable Sanchez Jr., the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlunsod for the passage of a resolution for the confirmation of Trimobile franchise of Manuel A. Granada from Tabuco, Naga City. We so move for its approval, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Okay. The same is approved.
Second item, first endorsement dated April 5, 2018 from the head Trimobile Task Force endorsing the new application for Trimobile franchise. May I proceed to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Proceed.
Finding all documents submitted to be complete and in order and thoroughly reviewed by the Trimobile Task Force on motion of Honorable Del Castillo, duly seconded by Honorable Sanchez Jr., the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlunsod for the passage of a resolution for the confirmation of Trimobile franchise of Mr. Roberto B. Santa Clara from Cararaya, Naga City. So we move for its approval, Mr. Chair.
Any second? The same is approved.
Third item, first endorsement dated April 19, 2018 from the head Trimobile Task Force endorsing the new applications for Trimobile franchise. May I proceed to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Proceed.
Upon perusal of the documents submitted, it does not have the certificate coming from the offices of ENRO and PSO. Therefore, the body resolved to defer for consideration the application for Trimobile franchise of the following persons, namely Mr. Efren A. Sandigan, Mr. Melgan M. Nicolas, Ms. Jocelyn Q. Colaway, Mr. Rovil Adrian D.L.M. Flore, Mr. Oliver G. Oliveira, Mr. Melchor Z. Febres, Mr. Andres E. Espina, Mr. James Mark N. Tibatib, Mr. Jose Leopoldo T. Peñas, Ms. Melanie E. Oroquita, Mr. Jerome L. Estrella, Mr. John Senon R. Amon, Mr. Rodolfo L. Leiva, Mr. Wenbert J. Depositario, Mr. Herman Noel Sabio, and Ms. Ruby R. Milyapre. And with further instruction to the Trimobile Task Force to include only those applications with completed documents in every committee hearing. So we move, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councilor Labadia Jr.
Igo pong surat ang Metro Naga Electric Vehicle Transport Service Cooperative being endorsed by the Tojo Motors. Ang mayo lang talaga digdi, Mr. Chairman, is the unit, kaya DEPIC aprobaran. Ang arrangement, Mr. Chairman, kang approval, ay kang kooperatiba sa kang may salili, ma-approve na muna si resolution and ipapadara si unit. Kaya nagahagad po kita, Mr. Chairman, ng consideration sa committee na i-reconsider ang approval kaniyo kasi di man may arrogance nangyari na, Mr. Chairman, kung ganito hanggang ngunyan. Ina-approvaran si franchise and then pinapaabot si unit and then pigi-inspect naman, Mr. Chairman. Hoping, Mr. Chairman, that the committee can reconsider this particular request, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Labadia Jr. Comment from the members? In other words, what is being asked from us is for us to first grant a franchise in favor of the applicant and not the other way around. In cases involving the Trimobile, what appears to be the case is that there is there first the unit before the grant of franchise.
Ang gabos na driver, Mr. Chairman, kang e-trike, mayong pigluluwas na kwarta, mayong down payment, mayong gabos. Kaya pasiguro man da si company na iitaw lang muna si franchise and then ipapadirect. So, iyan, Mr. Chairman, ang request sa committee to reconsider kaning decision ninda dahil nga ni ginigibutan naman yan. And ang napapaboran, Mr. Chairman, si mga pobritang Trimobile driver, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, si sistema po pag ang ginigibuta dati, I think we've done this for the taxicals and some of the units for e-trike, I believe. Ang kaulita po is not just the applicant driver but also the company from where kukuanon ang unit. Because we even had the prior discussions with them to ensure na ang terms na itataon nila sa mga drivers or sa mga acquire kang unit would be that which will enable the operator to really earn from this enterprise, considering na ang objective kanikang city is really to provide income and employment to our needy constituents. So, it's not only that it is illegal that we grant franchise without that unit, but also because we have made arrangements already specifically to facilitate. Taaram taman da man talaga kayang magbakal tulos na mapamanganing franchise. Da man talaga kayang magbakal tulos ang satong mga applicant kang franchise, especially that we are prioritizing the drivers. Yung po sa itong priority, kung ikaw mismo ang ma-drive, may priority ka. So, what happened to that agreement with the company, with the suppliers? Kasi may arrangement na po kitang pigibong araw kayan. Tangarig masiguradong pag nag-grant kita ng franchise, nakasabit si mga requirements, ikaw talagang unit. What happened to that? May we know from the committee? Because that's what we have undertaken in the, I remember very clearly, in the approval of the franchise for our taxicals.
Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Only part of this representation, I've never seen that agreement. Is it a written agreement between the city and the supplier or what? We have not seen that agreement, Mr. Chairman.
It was on the initiative of the Committee on Public Utilities, which I chaired in the previous Sanggunian. So if that was made possible, then there's no reason for the present Committee on Transportation to also initiate that kind of arrangement to facilitate matters. Because we did that, we've done that.
Okay, okay. The Honorable Rodriguez will please restate the motion.
The disposition, Mr. Chair. The disposition is that upon perusal of the documents submitted, it does not have the certificate coming from the offices of ENRO and PSO. Therefore, the body resolved to defer for consideration the application for Trimobile franchise of the following persons.
So we are not even yet at that point of deciding whether to grant or not the franchise being sought.
Mr. Chair.
Ang pag-submit kang Trimobile Task Force dahil kompleto na sinda for approval na Mr. Chairman kang franchise dahil kompleto na siya. Dahil nga ni ang pagkaintindi ko ang committee garo nagkaigwa ning sa motion na mayo pa man ngaya ang ENRO, mayo pa ngaya si unit kaya big di-defer ninda Mr. Chairman. Kaya kung i-consider na nila Mr. Chairman, tawaning franchise, and then masunod yan Mr. Chairman, automatic yan, certification from ENRO, dahil i-check yan Mr. Chairman kang ENRO, si unit, that's the first.
In other words, without the unit, the ENRO, including the PSO, cannot issue
yes,
the certification.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Kaya ang nangyari ba kami...
So you are now requesting us so that this can be complied with. We first grant a franchise in favor of the applicant so that the company can deliver the units.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Kaya sa kuya, Mr. Chairman...
This is a different kind of arrangement.
Ano ni Mr. Chairman, we are just asking the committee to reconsider. Or kung sakali Mr. Chairman, di man masisettle mo yan, we are requesting na ibalik sa committee ninda, pagkadala ninda si request na dati naman nangyayari. I won't insist, Mr. Chairman, mo yan, na aprobara na, pero dahil lang itong deferment kang particular na approval, but instead, Mr. Chairman, the disposition is to further study the request of the company, considering ang pinaka sustansya ka ni Mr. Chairman, si Trimobile driver ang makikinabang. Ayun yan si pinaka-sustansya, Mr. Chairman. And second argument, Mr. Chairman, we've been doing this from first franchise up to now, Mr. Chairman. Granting of first franchise up to now, Mr. Chairman.
Meaning the grant of franchise ahead of
the unit, Mr. Chairman.
the delivery of the unit?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We've been doing that, Mr. Chairman.
Comments from the member of the Committee on Transportation, Councilor Del Rosario and then Councilor Del Castillo.
I've conferred with Attorney Del Castillo, Mr. Chair, and he has a differing opinion as far as the statement of Councilor Labadia. Mr. Chair, the committee will meet the soonest possible time to discuss this and other matters pending with the committee.
Okay.
And for the record, we will be asking the Secretariat if indeed, as manifested by Councilor Miles, may inot ng araw kaning agreement kato sa Committee on Public Utilities. If igwa po ning igwa ng araw kaning Mr. Chair na agreement, then we'll speed up the processing of this.
So for the meantime, we will not act on the recommendation of the committee. We will defer our disposition thereon, and we will return back this particular item to the committee.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Without objection, Councilor Del Castillo, and then after you, Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Mr. Chair, I will reiterate. If there is an agreement, then it should be shown to us, to the members of the committee, so that we will know what's the content of that agreement, if there is an agreement.
You are referring to the agreement between...
as mentioned by Councilor Arroyo, Mr. Chair.
Okay, can all this matter be traced out at the committee level?
But first, Mr. Chairman, if the committee will treat that, there should be that document.
Yes,
that will
yes.
tell us that there
Okay.
is really an agreement.
Okay.
If there is none, so there's nothing to be discussed.
Okay. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Mr. Chair, there was no such formal agreement in the sense that it's a contract signed by both parties. Like we said, it was facilitated by the Committee on Public Utilities. In the committee hearings that we conducted when we were deliberating on approval of taxicals, we invite all the companies proposing to supply. Because in fact, ang pinili ta po kaidto or ang pigpahiling ta sa mga drivers and operators is isa ba ang may best offer. No? So invite them in the committee hearings. And then, ano yung terms that they are willing to offer? If you are looking for a written agreement signed by the city and that those operators, there's no such thing. It was a strategy we adopted to facilitate the fact that the applicant operators really cannot afford to already buy the unit even without the franchise. So that ang nangyari is the companies made a commitment that when, for example, the franchise will be granted, the units will be readily supplied. So in other words, Mr. Chair, sabay-sabay siya. Bako siyang nainot na nag-franchise kita and then saka mahanap ng unit. But before I continue, Mr. Chair, may I clarify the basis for saying for the non-certification issuance by the offices as contained in the report, like Senro and
PSO, ma'am.
And
PSO.
PSO. So is the reason for the lack of certifications from those offices because there is no unit to inspect?
Yes po, ma'am. Kaya po, wala pa po ng permit.
Yes, and as manifested by Councilor Labadia, has there been an instance where we approved a franchise without the units? So there is no such thing, right?
There are, Mr. Chairman, actually, we will be based on the record that the chairman approved. And then we can put the franchise, and then we can allow the franchise company, and then the company, etc. So, yan ang malinaw.
In this regard, we will have to be clarified by the Secretary based on what is obtaining in our records. My assumption is that when the ENRO and the Public Safety Office issue a certification, the respective certification, my assumption is that the unit is already available. They cannot issue the respective certifications without the unit. And if our grant of franchise were based on, among others, these certifications, that only goes to show that our previous action is based on the availability of these units before the grant of franchise, contrary to what is represented before us. So the records will tell whether or not which came first, whether the grant of franchise or the availability of the units. So if it is all right with everybody, given the contending position, we will have to ask the Secretary to tell us based on the records. And this can be probably included in the discussion during the committee hearing. Councilor Del Rosario.
Just for the information of the city officials, Mr. Chair, tong first point na pointed by Councilor Miles Rakid Arroyo, we invited e-trike manufacturers to come So igwa nag-irig di sa Naga, may mga nag-propose. Igwa nga ni naman sa ron nag-propose na si Councilor Ranyola was so emphatic on moving because of the very strong case na present na bako lang malinaw si paliwanag, very amiable si personality kang si nag-propose. So, gabos po ito, Mr. Chair, consider ta, pikirimitaran ta din, nag-explain sinda, may PowerPoint presentation. So, nag-agi man ini sa proseso, para sa information kan mga CYO, kasi baka maisip nindo na dahil miya nagkahiriling, paano kami ma-decide, ano ang basis kan decision mi. So, ini mga e-try companies na nag-irig din nag-present sa Sangguniang Panlungsod, early part of last year pa. So, kadako lang kita mga grant na mga franchises for e-trike. And ini si mga naka-pending mo yan. So, yun po yan, Mr. Chair, para at least ma-enlighten taman si mga pag-iriban ng mga CY.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Del Rosario, for that clarification. So, we will now proceed to the next item of the report.
Fourth item, letter dated March 12, 2018 of Punong Barangay Maria Corazon, M. Peñaflor, requesting for consideration of renewal for Trimobile franchise. May I proceed to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Proceed.
The body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to request the Trimobile Task Force to collate all applications that have the same concern for reconsideration of transfer of Trimobile franchise and set for hearing. We so move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? The same is approved.
Fifth item, first endorsement dated April 4, 2018 from the Office of the City Mayor, this city, endorsing the letter from Mr. Justino Salcedo Filio Jr. of Barangay San Felipe applying for Pajak franchise at Wilpoda Association. May I proceed to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Proceed.
Disposition. The body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to endorse the request of Mr. Justino Salcedo of San Felipe to the PSO and PNP for their evaluation and to submit their recommendation to the members. So we move, Mr. Chair.
Okay. The same is approved, as is duly seconded.
For the last item, item number 6, letter dated April 6, 2018 of Mr. George N. Mirando Jr., jeepney operator, San Feoda, submitting comments relative to the proposed ordinance on driver first aider. May I proceed to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Proceed.
For the disposition, the body resolved to refer back the matter to the Committee on Public Safety together with the comment of Mr. George Mirando. So we move, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay. The same is approved.
That ends my report po.
Thank you, Councilor Rodriguez.
Okay, next item.
The letter dated May 7, 2018 from Engineer Rolly Campillos of his SDO, submitting original copy of the General Power of Attorney issued to Mr. Jaime Fabi.
This is pending before your committee, Councilor Rinton. So we are referring this item to the Committee on Laws and Ordinances. Next item.
The letter dated May 3, 2018 from Ms. Cristina Mirasol of Communities Naga, submitting their application for reclassification.
We refer this to the Committee on Land Use. Next item.
The letter dated May 5, 2018 from Mr. Swabani Arimao with respect to their permit at CBD.
Councilor Labadia Jr.
Si surat, Mr. Chairman, ni Suhaybani Arimao, kung natatandaan ko, Mr. Chairman, ang committee nagdesisyon ng Sangguniang Panlungsod na daytawan sila ng special permit. Yan si decision kang committee and decision kang Sanggunian. Now, Mr. Chairman, nagbalik sinda, may sinasabi sindang for reconsideration. Ang sinasabi mo yan, Mr. Chairman, na ang Chief Executive endorse ang Sanggunian ini to further study and reconsideration, number 1. Number 2, Mr. Chairman, nagkahagad sila ng tabang dahil nakaigwasin ng kontrata with the owner, si Mr. Alan Tan. And then, Mr. Chairman, ang hinahagad din is matabangan sila, Mr. Chairman, sa indang hanap buhay. So, with this, Mr. Chairman, this representation finds merit on their reconsideration, request for reconsideration. So, with this, Mr. Chairman, I would like to move that we give, considering ang taon na kita kan December, I so move, Mr. Chairman, that we give a special permit to the group of Suhay Bani Arimao, Mr. Chairman.
Any comment from the other members of this body? Councilor Del Castillo.
Chairman, if we will be this group was from January 1 to January 31. Pero nagtapos na si period, yara ang patuman sa lugar. So, in effect, di violated special permit to this group. And ngunya una naman, the same argument that was raised before na may kontrata na kay asinda naman sa landowner. Dapat mainot ko ta si dapat mainot. Bago ko ta magkontrata, nagpaaram na una sa siyudad kung tutugutan o dai. Pero pipupursa kita yung division chain na mag-approve dahil iguana sinda ning kontrata na landowner. The same argument which was used by this group last December. In the may panganing permit, sige ng tirinda, pag tinaan na naman ni Mr. Chair, sigurong ko sa Indong, dahil mo na yun mapapahali dyan. Thank you.
Before the Honorable Julian Labadia Jr., Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Mr. Chair, may we go back to the reasons of the decision of the Sanggunian in its previous denial of the request? So that ang motion for reconsideration po kaya na magpapahiling na si rason takang nag-deny kita is no longer availing, no longer existing. So pwedeng balikan tatabi sa tong decision. Why did we deny the previous application or request? Ano si reason? Kasi kung nagigirong-dumang ko tabing tama, Mr. Chair, I think ang reason ta is mayo nga sila agreement with the landowner. If I remember it correctly, and second, mayong endorsement from the mayor. But I am not sure. Our memory does not always serve us correctly, so we have to go back to the record. Kasi kung ang reason takad to is no longer true today, then there's really no reason for us to deny the motion for reconsideration.
So, may we go back to the records? Will the Secretary please help us recollect?
Actually, there was no denial to the request. Instead, the disposition of the body is for me to send a letter to Mr. Rinigumba informing him that the permit of Mr. Arima already elapsed and to take appropriate action.
In other words, if that is the case, we have not acted on the request. And as such, there is nothing to be reconsidered. Councilor Labadia Jr.
Chairman, kung nagigirong-duman ko, ang disposition ta 2 or 3 weeks ago, apwera katong sinabi kang secretary, malinaw, Mr. Chairman, duman sa disposition kang Committee on Trade and Industry na nagsasabi na day man siya i-endorse ni Mayor. That's one reason kung taano. And then itong contract, ang reason mo yan, Mr. Chairman, may pagsasabi na may pagsasabi sa letter na di man nag-object si Mayor sa pagpadara kang surat digdiyo sa tuya Kisway Bani Arimao. So ang consideration, Mr. Chairman, ngunyan is I think on the merit na kung kay puwanta sinda tabangan o daig. Bako, Mr. Chairman, dahil tinatakot kita ninda. On the merit, Mr. Chairman, saka itong humanitarian reason. Kasi, Mr. Chairman, nagbisita ako duman, pighiling ko si lugar, itong stall duman isararado, ang yaon duman, Mr. Chairman, mga squatter. May naka-squat duman na nagtitinda. Pero si tinubutan ta kang December, dahil Mayo naman duman nagtitinda, maybe siguro, yaon na sinda sa luwas. Kaya, for so many reasons, Mr. Chairman, para matabangan tayo ining grupo ni Suway Bani Arimao na mga Muslim group. Sabi ko nga sinasabi kay Ninda tungkol da sa Marawi. Pero, Mr. Chairman, sabi ko, huwag na natin gamitin ang tungkol sa Marawi. Ang importante lang dito, kung kailangan kayong tulungan ng city government dahil sa pangangailangan nyo. So, kung baka, Mr. Chairman, with all the reasons given, I would like to move, Mr. Chairman, that we give them a special permit, Mr. Chairman, para mabuhay man, tayo man ang aram nindang pagbuhay o pagtinda, Mr. Chairman. Okay.
May I be clarified as to the recommendation of the committee in the past? You were saying that first, there was no contract between the landowner and the party applying. And apparently, this is now cured by the submission of the contract. The other reason is that there was no endorsement from the office of the city mayor. And now, here comes the applicant telling us that the mayor expressed no objection thereto and in fact is already endorsing the same.
Dahil man, Mr. Chairman, nag-i-endorse, dating letter ni Mayor Bongga sa Sanggunian, dahil man siya nag-object, tinataon niya sa Sanggunian for the decision.
Let me read the second paragraph of the letter. This time around, we are glad to share that we already talked to the kind local chief executive who already expressed his lack of objection to our request. And please take note, his subsequent endorsement of the same to the Sangguniang Panlungsod. In other words, the applicant is now telling us that the mayor has already endorsed this application favorably to the Sangguniang Panlungsod.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is present. May we request, if the body permits, that he be given the chance to speak before us, Mr. Chairman. Mr. is present.
Okay, before that, Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, dyan sa surat, Mr. Chair, may pigsasabi na may endorsement. So, yaon sa inyong endorsement. Is it attached to that communication?
We will ask the applicant.
Yes, because we are talking of documents here, Mr. Chair, before we give the floor to the applicant.
Okay.
I just want to be clarified kung ikaw talaga endorsement si Mayor Bonggat for this group to be permitted to...
Okay. We will ask that question. So, for the meantime, we suspend our rules of procedure and request
So there is no favorable endorsement. Tinatao sa tuya kung tutugutan o daig. It's last paragraph of the letter of the mayor.
Okay. So this is the first letter. This was already taken up in the committee, right? So the applicant must be referring to another letter, to an endorsement. Mr. Arimao, please come forward. Magtatagalog tayo ha, Mr. Arimao. So, hi, Bani Arimao. Ganito ha. Sinasabi mo po sa amin na may endorsement na si Mayor sa Sangguniang Panglungsod nitong iyong application. Tama ho ba yun?
Opo, opo. Ang gusto lang natin linawin, Mr. Chairman, ang pag-usap namin ni Mr. Arimao, ang sinasabi niya, yung earlier letter, yun ang ini-insist nila.
Pwede bang si Mr. Arimao ang sumagot niyan?
After sa akin, Mr.
Sige
Chairman.
po.
Kasi sabi ko, nakiusap ako sa iyo na bago siya magsalita, ako muna.
Sige.
Okay, salamat po.
Okay.
Yun ang napag-usapan namin, Mr. Chairman, na ang sinasabi niya dito, this time around, we are glad to share that we already talked to the local chief executive who already expressed his lack of objection to our request and his subsequent endorsement to the same Sangguniang. Tinanong ko siya nito, Mr. Chairman, ang sabi niya, yan pa rin daw ang sinasabi niya. Pero anyway, Mr. Chairman, tanungin ulit natin si Mr. Arimao. Kasi wala naman talaga second letter, sabi niya.
Okay, meron pa bang ibang miyembro ng Sangguniang Panglungsod na nais magsalita bago si Mr. Arimao? Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Mr. Chair, even we only have that letter of the mayor, the one that was earlier showed, very clear po doon that the mayor is saying that the application is for a new, okay, that the attached, however, is a new application for a special permit to be granted during special occasions for your discussion and proper disposition. So, in other words, ito pong application nila is referring to this one. And we have acted on it, denying that that's what happened. And because of that denial, kaya mayroon po silang motion for reconsideration. Now, my question, Mr. Chair, para po siguro to clarify and expedite this matter, no, nagbigay na po tayo previously ng special permit, right? Nagbigay na po tayo. Up to December. Now, nag-file po sila ng application for extension. I think this is it. This one, di ba? Nagpapa-extend sila nito. Yes.
No. The first application was submitted in, I think, November. We granted a permit from December 1 up to January 31. Okay. So for a period of 2 months.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And nag-apply sila ng extension, and this is what the mayor's comment is or was. Alright? So tama ang ating chronology of events. Now, ang reason po, parang nare-remember ko rin po yung discussion dito. Parang yung sentiment po ng sanggunian, why nag-decide po negative to your request for extension was because despite the fact na expired na po yung permit ninyo, you continually operate. Yun po yung, I believe, discussion dito. So, pwede niyo po bang sabihin sa amin bakit kahit tapos na yung permit na binigay sa inyo ay nag-continue pa rin kayo mag-operate, which therefore necessitated the Sanggunian to direct the Sanggunian Secretary to request the City Engineer's Office.
PSO.
The PSO. So, maaari po bang sabihin niyo sa amin bakit nag-operate pa kayo kahit tapos na yung permit ninyo?
Bago niyo po sagutin, mayroon pa bang ibang miyembro ng Sangguniang Panglungsod na nais magsalita bago si Mr. Arimao? Mayroon pa din. Sige, Councilor Del Rosario.
Pareho din po ang ibig kong sabihin, Mr. Chair. Kasi nangako sila na after January 31, supposed to be February, dapat dismantled na sila doon. Eh ngayon nakatayo pa din yung mga stalls at nagtitinda pa din sila. At ngayon po, hingi na naman sila ng panibagong permit. Kaya siguro dapat po sagutin yan ni Mr. Arimao.
Okay. Okay. Pwede na ba natin pasagutin si Mr. Arimao? Wala nang miyembro ng Sangguniang Panlunsod ang magsasalita pa at magka-clarify? Okay na? Mamaya naman. O sige, Mr. Arimao, sagutin mo na yung tanong.
Thank you po. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat.
Gamitin mo po yung microphone, Mr. Arimao. Ginoong Arimao.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Ay, Ginoong Arimao, sagutin niyo po yung tanong namin.
Noong January 31 po, close na po kami. Totally close po yun. Hanggang ngayon. Kaya lang, hindi natin kontrolan yung nag-squatter po. May nag-squatter po doon sa labas. Pero yung pwesto po, kahit ngayon, tingnan nyo, sarado po yun.
So,
noong 31.
lilinawin po natin ha.
Opo.
May itinayo po kayo ng mga stalls.
Opo.
At ito yung binigyan ng permiso.
Iyo po.
Special permit.
Iyo po.
Simula December 1, 2017 hanggang January 31, nag-operate kayo.
Opo.
Matapos doon ay nagsara na kayo.
Opo. Sarado po.
Kung may nag-ooperate man doon, ay hindi na yon sa inyo.
Hindi po. Squatter po yun. Squatter.
Squatter.
Opo, nag-squatter po. Hindi natin kontrolan yung nagtitinda. Naghanap po kayo kasi nag-squatter.
Saan po nag-i-squat yung mga squatter?
Doon po sa lote ng ni Alantan.
Hindi doon sa mga stalls na itinayo po ninyo?
Hindi po. Hindi po. Sarado po yun. Sarado. Sarado po yun.
Aha. O Councilor Del Rosario and then after you, Councilor Salvador Del Castillo.
Sarado nga, Mr. Chair. Sarado nga, pero yung mga paninda nila nasa labas. Sila man lang nag-i-squat doon. Ay, hindi. Medyo seryoso ka. Kaya seryoso din kami. Kasi dito, malinaw, nang nag-grant kami ng permit, Mr. Arimao.
Iyo po.
Pinaliwanag namin sa inyo ang obligasyon nyo, di ba?
Iyo.
At naintindihan nyo. At sabi nyo, mag-dismantle kayo. Sinara nyo lang. Ngayon, pagdaan ko doon kahapon, nagtitinda yung mga paratinda. Yung mga paratinda nyo, yun lang ang lumabas doon. Kaya, nag-i-squat doon, sila din.
Yung mga paratinda din ninda.
Oo, maubos na Mr. Chairman ng aking Tagalog, kaya dadali-daliin ko na po.
Pati na din ako, naubusan na eh. O, tama po ba yun, Ginoong Arimao? Nagsara kayo, pero yung mga nagtitinda sa inyo, inilabas yung mga paninda at nagtinda pa rin. Tama pa ba yun? Yun na yung tinutukoy mong mga squatter, yung mga nagre-renta sa inyo.
Yung ano po, yung nakapwesto po doon, hindi na, sinabihan ko sila na isara na yun at alisin yung mga panindan nyo. Eh ngayon, hindi namin sila makakontrol. Gawaan ng, siyempre, naghanap po sila para sa mga pamilya nila. Nag-squatter sila.
Okay. So, linawin
pero
po natin.
Pero sarado po yung pwesto, hindi natin binubuksan.
Sige, Councilor Salvador Del Castillo and then after you, Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
So, gustong sabihin na, ibig sabihin, Ginoong Tagapangulo, namamalikmata lang ako nung makita ko na may nakabukas na tindahan doon at may nagtitinda. Nalampas na yung mga around, siguro mga Marso na yun, Mr. Chair. So, namamalikmata pala ako. Anong klaseng salamin siguro ang dapat kong gamitin para makita kung tunay na walang nagtitinda doon sa lugar.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, I'd like to go to the merits, Mr. Chair, ng ating ng point na ito. Kasi gusto ko pong linawin sa atin sa sanggunian. Kasi kung nagbigay po tayo ng permit noon, why can't we extend it? Kung ang reason po natin ay gusto nating tumulong sa hanap buhay. Ano talaga po yung reason natin in such that even a special permit should not be granted? Di po ba? Ano yung parang primordial objective that we will not be able to achieve kung magpapatinda tayo dyan ng continuous? So, linawin po natin. Kasi kung nagbigay po tayo noon para makatulong sa kanila, ba't hindi natin kayang i-extend yun? Yung desire na tumulong should be a continuing one. So, pwede po bang pumunta tayo sa merit ng discussion? Bakit hindi po natin sila pwedeng patindayin talaga doon? Para kahit na special occasion or not, hindi pwede. Kasi pag nagbigay po kasi tayo, ano na ang reason natin para hindi mag-extend? Hindi po ba? Kasi ang question lang naman dito ay nagtitinda sila, naghahanap buhay sila. Now, ano ang hindi maganda about it that we cannot permit them to continue doing it? Pwede pong mag-focus tayo doon, Mr. Chair, sa discussion.
Okay, as suggested by Councilor Rakid Arroyo. Okay, Councilor Del Castillo.
Since we will be talking of the merits, Mr. Chair, there is an existing ordinance which governs the use and operation in that particular CBD2. So, siguro ito ang ilingon namin, Mr. Chair. There is an existing ordinance na up to now is effective. Dahil pa na-amend. So, ito ang ilingon ta. Tugot ba o dae based on that ordinance, at tanggi, or what? Nasa CBD2. Because we will be talking on the merit. The second, Mr. Chair, in that letter of the mayor, the second sentence, nakasabi, the position of this office is that the said request could not be granted as the permit issued was for a trade fair during special occasion. However, the city government is duty-bound to issue a mayor's permit to operate if Mr. Tan plans to establish a regular business provided that all requirements, e.g., zoning, building occupancy, BEP clearance, ECC, etc., had been complied with. In fact, this is what we encourage Mr. Tan to do. So that's the endorsement of the mayor. And again, there is an existing ordinance which governs the use of CBD to Mr. Chairman.
Can we suspend our discussion in the light of the heavy rains? Besides, it's already 1:15. Okay? So we take a break.
Sila din yun. Sila din yun. Nagsuswat doon. Totoo.
Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I support the manifestation of Honorable Miles Rakid Arroyo, Mr. Chairman. The essence, the purpose of which we give special permit to this group of Muslim brothers, Mr. Chairman. Siguro, Mr. Chairman, tinugutan kang kalangitan na bumaksak ang makusog na uran digdi sa lugar ta. Kaya nag-text mo ako naman sa Kalawag, sabi may mandang uran. Digdi lang talaga nagkauran. Tangani siguro na maging maglipot ang mga kaisipan kang iba niya itong pag-iriba. Dahil man ako nag-judge, pero na ako tadigdi lang nag-uran sa City Hall. Text ko naman sa arong sa Kalawag dahil mo na nag-uran. Siguro pang-purpose ka ito, tangani siguro magramdaman ta na apela sa legislative, ano pa ang trabaho ta? Ang trabaho ka po digdiyo, tangani magtabang sa kapwa. Nagramdaman ko po kato magtabang ka ng special permit. Digdi po sa group ni Mr. Arimao. 20 pwesto po, nagbayad po sila ng 3,000 kada saro. Kasi nagramdaman ko po na si Mr. Arimao, nagbayad pa ng 6,000. Kaya lang po, pagkatapos katong contract, igisarado niya, alagad ko pag-aray ng mga squatter nagtitinda. Dapat pong masabutan ta na ito pong mga Muslim duman, ito po ang iba duman, hari duman sa Marawi. Kung minsan po, duman po kita duman sa Bicol Central Station, nahiling ko duman may mga babae nagpapasusok ng mga aki. Bukod sabihin, masiyarap ka ang sitwasyon, gusto po rin nang mabuhay. Kaya po, siguro po, tawag-tawag po ng konsiderasyon, na kung tatawag po ng special permit, siguro po mabarayad doon ninyo. Kaya hindi po magiging legal, hindi po mga squatter na ninyo, kada pwesto po, magbayad na po, tangani, sindaman, nagtitinda na mayong kahagitan. Kita mga sa City Government of Naga, pigtutugan ta, tapos na mo makatabang sa kapwa. Kaya Mr. Chairman, sa kuya pong pakiulay dahil po nagtugot po ang kalangitan na bumaksak ang makusog na uran digdi. Kaya mo buksan ang satuyang isip na makatabang sa kapwa. Ako po, pinasuporta po duman sa manifestation ni Honorable Miles Rakid Arroyo.
Thank you, Councilor Vidal Castillo. Before we took a break, I think Mr. Arimao, okay, before that, Councilor Labadia.
Ang napagkasurunduhan ta, Mr. Chairman, it's on the merit. Kung baga, supportaran ko naman sa sinasabi ni Councilor Vidal Castillo na aside from the legislation, Mr. Chairman, na trabaho ta, sa kapwa kung ano pwede na pang maitabang. Kaya ang issue, Mr. Chairman, on the merit, we were able to give a special permit last December. Tinawan ta sindang panahon na tinawan ta sa legal na pagtitinda. Alagad ko, Mr. Chairman, mga observation ng ibatang pag-iriba na sa hiling ko tama man si Councilor Bali na igwang mga nagtirinda na after kang January 31, nagtitinda pa. So, illegal na, Mr. Chairman. Siguro sa pwede tang gibuon, Mr. Chairman, i-remind ta ini yung grupo na pag tinawang ka mo ng 30 days lang ka mo. Pag tinawang ka mo 60 days, 60 days. Pero sa hiling ko, Mr. Chairman, ang may problema digdi is the implementation. Siguro kung nahiling na igwang araw ka yan, inireport na sa PSO, tidara ko po na yan, so gusto sabihin, na maraya, pasindata din ako. Pero kaya ini, Mr. Chairman, on the merit, malinaw na maray, Mr. Chairman, we were able to give them the permit para maging legal. Kung yan naghahagad liwat, Mr. Chairman, ng permit, para maging legal sinda. Humanitarian reason, Mr. Chairman, nasaro sa ma-push sa tuya para matawan silang special permit. But before I end, Mr. Chairman, may nadawag ako kay City Councilor Therese na may pagsasabi siyang garo research all about digdiyo sa mga Muslim digdi sa tuyang lugar. If we can give her the Honorable Therese the chance to speak.
Good afternoon.
Councilor Potota is recognized.
This grade 11, we conducted a research regarding the distress and coping mechanisms of the Marawi refugees who are temporarily staying here in Naga City. And part of that, we conducted a one-on-one interview with one of the Marawi refugees. And on one aspect of coping mechanism is in the financial aspect po. They told us na their only battle cry here is to have a permanent stall here in Naga City because they have been struggling to run away from these guards. Specifically there po, not there in CBD2, but they're in Bichara area po. Sabi po ninda, kadtong nag-research kami kung anong matatabang mi para maka-kuasin ng permanent stall, permanent permit digdi sa city. And it was quite disappointing on our part because we were just researchers and the only response we gave them was that we're going to give it to our recommendations on the chapter 5 po. So I think now is the time for me to relay this issue with you with what they shared about regards to having permanent stalls here in Naga City. And in addition po, we asked them if they still have plans to go back. And they told us that they're happy now here in Naga City. They're happy with the Nagueños. And to be honest, they will stay here for long and not just for 5 years as what is expected from them, that after 5 years, they'll leave Naga City and go back to Marawi, since they said that the rehabilitation of that ground zero will really take a long process. And they also said that they are selling sleepers and other products that are not just, because we also asked them if they're really selling those DVDs. And they said, no, they're not selling that. They're only selling gadgets. And one instance po was that they were selling there in Bichara area, and they always run away from these market guards who get their paninda and then ask them to pay again. So what happens is that they lose the money that could be used for their livelihood po. So through this po, I guess this will really help them, and yan, I support this matter po. That's all po.
Okay. Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering why we are already discussing this matter on second reading. This is the first time that, aside from the previous application, this is the first time that this matter was brought to our attention. So, nagangalas ako, Mr. Chair, kung taano nakadalaga na sa second reading na naipanaagi sa first reading. There is no report yet of the committee on what this is all about.
Okay. Councilor Labadia.
Mr. Chairman, based on the statement of the Honorable Salvador del Castillo, I have already made a motion, Mr. Chairman, for the approval of the special permit, and there was a second, the Honorable Sanchez. May we know if there is any objection, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chair, I am dealing on procedural issues. Based on our internal rules, any matter should pass through the first reading, second reading, and third reading, unless it is duly certified by the city mayor as urgent, or the majority of the members of this body deems it wise that the matter be taken up. So, that's my point, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, again, if there is no objection, may I request the presiding officer to please approve the said motion, since there is no objection.
Before the resolution on this matter, may I ask Mr. Arimao to again come forward? We simply took a break, but when we do that, Mr. Arimao was, we have a discussion with Mr. Arimao on certain concerns.
Now, this is supposed to be a special permit. What is being asked from us is a special permit for the group, for Mr. Arimao and or his group to be permitted to conduct certain commercial activity in the area from May 1 up to July 31, 2018. What is the plan, Mr. Arimao, after July 1, after July 31, 2018? What is your plan? Will you be applying for an extension?
Opo. Kung pwede po mag-apply po ng extension.
And then that extension will be for a period of how many days or months?
For pinaplan siya po.
Up to
kung pwede pa,
September 30,
Opo.
2018.
Opo, kung pwede.
Okay. And then after that, you will still be applying up to December?
Iyo po.
So this is going actually to be a permanent matter?
Kung pwede po. Makikiusap po kami na kung pwede, bigyan kami ng permanent na permit po.
Okay. So it was disclosed to us, the intention? Councilor Greg Abonal, and then after you, Councilor Rakid Arroyo, and then Councilor Del Rosario.
Mr. Chair, yung trend for renewal, obvious, tabakuman po sindang strangers to the city. But be that as it may, considering the need for source of livelihood, I am now inclined to say, sige na, itaon na nindo yan. Pero I am also ready to surrender yung practice na renewal. Apisad na, for special occasions, ko tananing permit na ini. But we would like to ask Mr. Arimao here, pwede po ba na kung magpipermit kami, specify ninyo yung kung ilang stalls, saka kung anong mga businesses ang nandyan, para malaman po natin kung ano talagang nangyayari. Palagi pong sinasabi na bawal yung mga pirated na DVD dahil nga pirated, hindi tunay. Meron po namang hindi DVD na mga pirated dyan eh. Di po ba yung mga parts, all the gadgets, etc. Mga fake din yun, marami doon. Siguro hindi DVD lang. So, Mr. Chair, I would ask na kung mapipermit ito, mag-submit sa Secretariat ng, kung pwede, floor plan ng stalls indicating the owners or the operators ng stalls na yon, and indicating what sort of things are being sold. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Abonal. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My concern is similar to the concern of the Chair. When he asked whether after the expiration of the special permit that is now being sought, whether a renewal or extension thereof will be asked once again. And salamat po, very honest si Mr. Arimao, na talagang sigurado pag nag-expire ang permit or natapos yung period, magre-request sila for extension. Because actually, what is really being responded to here is the need for livelihood. So, ang question ko, Mr. Chair, why are we giving special permits only? Why can't it be a regular permit? Kasi parang let's stop kidding ourselves, because when the permit expires, they will again ask for extension. I'm pretty sure some of us will support it because it's livelihood that's concerned here. So why are we not giving a regular permit? Why is special permit what is being applied for? Siguro itanong po natin kay Mr. Arimao, bakit po hindi regular permit ang hinahingi ninyo? Bakit po special permit?
Yan po ang gusto namin hilingin na regular kung pwede po ang city government.
Kung yun ang gusto ninyo, bakit hindi yun yung hinihingi ninyo?
Kasi ang sabi nila special permit daw eh. Gusto namin permanent talaga yung regular.
Sinong sila?
Yung nagsasabi na mga kasamahan naming special permit daw. Ay 3 months lang ang binibigay.
Gusto mong baguhin yung application mo?
Kung pwede po, baguhin natin. Kung hindi kailangan, diretso ng regular. Kung pwede. Mas maganda po na regular ng permit namin.
Okay. Councilor Miles? Okay. And if it is for regular permit, then the application should be filed or submitted to the City Treasurer's office. Okay? So, can we give that advice to the applicant? Councilor Salvador del Castillo, Councilor Baldimoro, and then Councilor Labadia. My apologies, Councilor Del Rosario.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I think that should be done, Mr. Chair. Na kung yung masa na sige-sige, hindi dapat magpagtugdok na dyan ng regular structure sa CBD2, si Mr. Tan, tangaring ma-issuean ng regular permit yan mga matirinda. Anyway, that is allowed under our existing ordinance. But on the grant of special permit, based on our revenue code, that can only be given during a special occasion, particularly during the Peña Francia Fiesta. So, anong special occasion from May to July? There is none. There is none. So, there is no basis for us to grant a special permit because it is not in accordance with our existing ordinances.
Okay. Councilor Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the purpose po is helping them in their livelihood, we might as well as give them first a special permit. Dahil it will take long kung regular permit. Ini pong mga tugangtang Muslim is in need of their livelihood. Kaya nga ni ang means ninda, nagbabaka sakali sinda on a transient or minsan na na-squatter na lang para magkaigwa sindang livelihood. Kung ang pinaka-purpose na po is to extend them a livelihood program, makatabang kita sa pagbuhay ninda, we must give them first a special permit, then later on, kung ready na sinda to apply for a regular permit, they can do so, Mr. Chair. Thank you po.
Councilor Labadia, Councilor Del Rosario, and then Councilor Rakid Arroyo. After that, can we decide on this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the Honorable Miles Rakid Arroyo that we give them a permanent area for them to sell legally. And also at the same time, Mr. Chairman, it is very clear the pronouncement and the statement of the Honorable Elmer Baldimoro that we really wanted to help those who need the help of the city government. This is the time, Mr. Chairman, we help them with a special permit and then we guide them to have a regular, legal selling of their product, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Del Rosario.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kanina po nilapitan ko si Mr. Arimao at pinaintindi ko sa kanya yung importansya ng trust. Nakita ko po sa letter niya, second to the last paragraph, the undersigned and his fellow small businessmen trust. So ngayon, nag-i-invoke sila ng trust. Hinahanap natin itong trust na to nung magpangako sila na January 31st, mag-ano na sila eh. Anyway, tapos na po yan. Tayo naman po ay nagpapa-girumdum lang. Nag-re-remind lang sa kanila na once pong kung ano napag-usapan, sundin natin. Ano po? Ako naman po ay marami din po akong mga naging kaklase ng mga Muslim. Kasama ko po sa pagre-research. Kaya naintindihan ko din yung kultura nila. At very important sa kanila yung trust. At yan din ang ini-invoke ko sa kanya, sa kanila, na panindigan nila ito. So, kung sa usapin po na pagbigay ng livelihood, wala pong problema yan sa akin, Mr. Chair. Dito kasi, Mr. Arimao, sa Naga City, gusto nating tulungan yung iba-ibang sektor.
Iyo po.
At sana po yung nakalagay nyo dyan sa letter nyo ay panindigan nyo talaga.
Iyo po.
Pagdating ng panahon.
Iyo po.
Okay. Ano ka talaga? Tagalog ka o Bicol?
Tagalog po.
Oh, nag-iiyo ka kasi. Okay. Salamat, salamat.
Salamat.
Okay.
Okay. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Kaya po nga ni sa turutuhanan lang, aram ta po na ang special permit, no, dahil talaga siya, kumbaga dahil siya workable, no? Dahil aram tang pagtapos ng period, maagad silang extension. Mr. Chair, siguro sa hiling ko, mas maray pa po nga ni ini. I think it is better this one, na nag-a-apply po sinda, gusto nindang illegalize ang pag-carry out ng business. Kaysa po, mahanap sinda dyan ng mga i-squat sinda, na maski nga ni landowner dahil hindi kaulay. Digdi po, I'm sure they will be paying rent kay Mr. Tan for using the property. So, di ko talaga nahihiling why we should not give them a regular permit. Kung ang sinasabi po ni Councilor Del Castillo, dapat kaya ang mga structure dyan should be permanent and not makeshift or temporary. Taano po itong digdi sa may kanto baga? Sa may kataid lang kang Bicol access? Mga temporary materials po bagang ginaramit dyan and it's operating. No? So, dapat consistent po kita. So, I would really support, Mr. Chair, that we give them a regular permit. Tangari kung ano si mga dapat...
Starting with a special permit to give them time to comply, with certain requirements
permit, yet, and at the
towards obtaining a regular permit.
Yes. In the meantime, we grant the requested extension for the special permit. Tangari.
Okay.
I think that's the prudent thing to do.
So, going back to the movement, Councilor Labadia Jr. Motion.
Move that we grant a special permit to the group of Suhay Bani Arimao, Mr. Chairman. From May 1 to July 31.
It's now May 8.
May 8. From May 8.
Okay.
From May 8, Mr. Chairman.
From
May
8. Should it be from concurrence by the city mayor? We are approving it now, but this has to be concurred by the city mayor.
Yes.
So, from approval of the Sangguniang Panglungsod and concurrence of the city mayor up to July 31, 2018. Any second? Without objection? With objection interposed by Councilor Salvador Del Castillo. And give it. Yes, please. Yes, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not objecting just for the sake of objecting. But
Okay.
my objection is anchored on existing ordinances of the city. Our revenue code says that we can only grant special permit on special
On
occasion.
special occasion.
Yes. The second, Mr. Chair, on the second ground is based on an existing ordinance that governs CBD2. That's why I'm objecting to the
Okay, okay. Duly noted, Councilor Del Castillo. Now, given that objection, those in favor of the motion, kindly raise your right hand. I am referring to the regular members.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And those against?
1.
So, by a vote of 10 in favor, 1 against, the motion is considered approved. I wonder if you are interested in finding out the sentiment of the city youth officials? Okay. In which case?
Anyone from the city youth councilors present?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilor Balimo.
In order to get the exact vote of the city youth official, I think the city youth vice mayor is already around.
So we will now request the city youth vice mayor, the Honorable Joseph Ryan Tusok to come over and preside as such City Youth Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So yan, to get the opinion of the City Youth Sangguniang Panglungsod, may we put this to a vote. For all those in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Okay, I do not think it will be necessary to ask for those who are against. So the vote, insofar as the City Youth Sangguniang Panlungsod is concerned, by a unanimous decision, the motion is hereby approved.
Okay. Thank you sa tuya pong mga City Youth counterparts. Now, let us be clarified about our decision. We are giving you, Mr. Arimao, binibigyan ka po namin ng special permit, but only hanggang July 31, 2018 lang po, ha?
Thank you so much.
So, you have about how many? 7 weeks? 7 weeks. You have 7 weeks for you to work on being able to convert this special permit into a regular permit. Ibig sabihin, lalakarin mo na po ngayon, ha? Simula ngayon. O kaya simula mamaya, gagaling mo dito. Kung papaano kayo mabibigyan ng regular permit. Yung regular permit ay makukuha po yan sa baba.
City Treasurer.
Treasurer's Office. So pupunta po kayo doon, aalamin po ninyo ano yung mga requirements at mag-comply po kayo sa mga requirements. Okay?
Maraming salamat po.
Sana wag ka nang bumalik sa amin after July 31, 2018. Ha? Wag ka nang humingi ulit sa amin ng special permit ng extension. Pwede ba?
Iyo po.
Kasi magkakasawaan na tayo. Ha? Okay, sige. Salamat.
Thank you so
Maraming
much
salamat. Okay. Okay, so we proceed to the next item.
The letter dated April 27, 2018 from Engineer Ruben Sia, following up his request for the chronology of event report.
Okay. The Secretary will please send the corresponding response to this letter. Next item.
The decision of the Supreme Court in Bang.
Isa na lang.
Luciano Biloso Abraham. And
this is related to the request of the Liga for third-termers, Punong Barangay, and Barangay Kagawad of the 27 barangays of the city. So this is a decision of the Supreme Court clearly dealing on the same subject matter. We refer this to the committee where the matter is pending. The Committee on Laws and Ordinances, Barangay Affairs, and Appropriation, with the Committee on Laws as the lead committee. Okay. Next item.
New business. The proposed ordinance of the Honorable Vice Mayor Legacion is sponsored by Honorable Sanchez, Honorable Castillo, and Honorable Baldemoro. Revising Ordinance Number 2014-008 or the Enable Ordinance by strengthening the mechanisms of empowerment and advancement of barangays on local legislation program and mandating the appropriation.
We refer this to the Committee on Laws and Ordinance. Next item.
The letter dated April 26 from Mr. Ralph Legaspi, Chairman, Tojo Motors, requesting support.
This item is referred to the Committee on Transportation.
The endorsement from the City Mayor endorsing the letter of Mr. Christopher Capistrano, Business Planning and Research, for discussion and appropriate action.
What is this about? Ano ito?
On e-trikes.
E-trikes. So, Committee on Transport.
The undated letter of Ms. Josephine Santa Ana, formally offering to buy the agricultural land in Barangay Bacol with 432 square meters and 4,500 square meters at a price of 400 pesos per square meter.
Committee on Land Use and Housing and Settlement. Next item.
The letter dated April 23 of Punong Barangay Rodrigo Agravante of Cararayan, submitting ordinance number 2018-01,
Laws
issuing
and
voluntary
ordinances.
the endorsement from the office of the city mayor endorsing the letter of Barangay Captain Alfonso Rodriguez.
We refer this to the Committee on Transportation.
The letter of Mr. Ferdinand Dino, Chapter President, IBP, requesting to name
Committee on Culture and the Arts.
the letter from Mr. Willie Prilla submitting the technical evaluation on documents for bulk of the proposed Villa
This
Maria.
is referred to the Committee on Land Use.
The letter from the city planning submitting the evaluation report on the
Land
documents
use.
submitted by Mr. Rodriguez. The letter from Ms. Janita Hertes, Peter Wolfgang, Shells of Parkview Village, complaining the noise pollution in their area.
Where do we refer this particular item? This is about dogs.
With note
This is about stray dogs. Can we not just refer it to Dr. Elad? Because if this involve stray dogs, we can take necessary action to including what are these? Dogs in homes, roosters, modified motorcycles. No, is there a public safety concern here? Councilor Tomas Ramon Sanchez Jr.
Baka, Mr. Chair, baligtas sa barangay. Kasi problema ba ganyan kan mga sa barangay ng mga araw kaya? Ibaligta po sa barangay, di barangay, yung pong mag-asikaso kaya dahil ang Parkview Village is nasasakupan niya kan barangay San Felipe.
Councilor Baldemoro.
Mr. Chair, it was manifested in the letter that they already wrote letter and personal visit to the barangay captain of San Felipe. So, meaning, they go directly to the mayor for the action of the city, not on the barangay.
Okay. Insofar as stray dogs are concerned, we have an existing ordinance. And this can be implemented by the office of Dr. Elad. With respect to dogs in homes, roosters, and modified motorcycles, do we have an existing ordinance governing this?
Councilor Del Castillo.
On motorcycle, Mr. Chair, it was tang anti-noise ordinance.
Okay.
Pero dahil kabalin yan ang nagtuturaok na manok.
Okay. So here is what we are going to do. The matter of stray dogs, this is referred to the office of Dr. Elad for enforcement of our ordinance on the matter. But insofar as the modified motorcycles are concerned, we refer this to ENRO, also for implementation of our ordinance covering this. But with respect to the dogs in homes and roosters, Councilor Del Rosario, you are from San Felipe. Are you not...
May oras man lang ba kami si Sir ang pagtukturaw, di ba? Alas 4 aga, saka... Hindi ko alam kung paano yan nakaka-disturb sa enda. Alas 4...
Okay.
I think ito po, Mr. Chair, itong stray dogs, saka... Yan dogs in home, siguro pwedeng i-remind na lang kang City Vet, ang mga may harong na may...
O di kay Dr. Elad na din.
Apo.
Okay.
Ang roosters po kaya naman yan bagay kay Dr. Elad.
Kuya, doktor pa din siya ng mga hayop. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so the secretary will send the corresponding communication to the said two offices and to the sending party an information as to the action taken. Councilor Abonal? Ikaw pa? Is it also being complained? Where is that? Church bells? Babayaan ta na yan? Okay.
Tama man ako, Mr. Chair. 4 a.m.
Okay. Next item.
The endorsement from the Office of the City Mayor endorsing the letter of Mr. Wistan Villarreal, Gian Hector Diamante, Blaica students requesting financial assistance for...
Okay, Committee on Appropriations.
The endorsement from the Budget Officer endorsing the annual budget of Barangay Balatas.
Committee on Appropriations.
The endorsement dated May 4 from the Office of the City Mayor endorsing the amount of 356,000 chargeable against the current appropriations to cover obligations. Last year obligations.
Committee on Appropriations.
Next.
The letter coming from CBDO.
The letter from the CPDO submitting the technical evaluation for land reclassification.
Land use.
Evangeline Alinday. Other matters, the motion to expunge documents from RTC 5th Judicial Region Branch 2, civil case number 2017-009, Edgardo Castro et al. Plaintiffs versus Danilo Bersola et al.
Noted, we are not a party to the case.
The letter dated April 24, 2018 of Engineer Rebecca Roses of the DPWH 2nd Engineering District submitting a status report of various...
The same is also noted.
The letter dated May 2, 2018 from Mr. Rene Amatso, PNR officer. The conduct of orientation on payment for environmental services on May 10 at 8 a.m. at MNWD Multipurpose Hall.
The members of the Environment Committee may attend the hearing. Okay, next item.
The letter dated April 30, 2018 from Mr. Joan De La Rosa of NCPC submitting the new set of officers, the new members of the board, and the representatives to various committees of the Sangguniang.
Councilor Labadia Jr.
New chairperson, Mr. Chairman, as executive director. May question, Mr. Chairman, ang representation niya. Kaya I would like to...
Has that issue been resolved already? Okay. Any objection? If none, the matter is referred to the committee mentioned. Next item.
Nominal.
Councilor Rian Rintoy.
Two things. May we reiterate our communication and also follow up the response of Casagas Cable TV relative to their promise to send us a response relative to the concerns of consumers due to interruptions of internet connections. And also, Mr. Chair, may we task the Transport Committee to look into the validity of Raymond Bass having a terminal beside motor pool, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. With respect to the first matter you mentioned, the Secretary will please send the corresponding communication. With respect to the second item, I think the Honorable Del Rosario wishes to comment thereon. Yes, Councilor Del Rosario.
Mr. Chair, as observed by Councilor Rentoy, may I request, Mr. Chair, that on the next session, we invite Mr. Frank Mendoza, being the former Executive Director of LTFRB. I think he has sufficient knowledge as far as terminal operations. He's mentioning about a Supreme Court decision regarding terminal na nasa Luascan Sea. I think having him next session is in order.
Can you request from Mr. Frank Mendoza to provide us the citation of the alleged decision of the Supreme Court so that the same may be forwarded to all the members of this body for their respective perusal or readings thereof, so that we will be ready to
by next session
to discuss the matter with Mr. Frank Mendoza. Councilor Labadia, and then after you, Councilor Akid Arroyo.
But for now, Mr. Chairman, I think our ordinance must be implemented. Ang sinasabi ta sa ordinansa, na di ka pwede mag-pick up ng pasahero luwas sa Central Bus Terminal. Yan ang malinaw na ordinansa ata. So kung may ma-question, Mr. Chairman, i-questionan kita kang Raymond, nasa la ang ginigibo ta. For now, Mr. Chairman, I suggest na we direct the Public Safety Office
to enforce that law, the ordinance.
Na bawal sinta duman, Mr. Chairman.
Is that all right with the members of this body? In which case, the Secretary is instructed to immediately send a letter to Mr. Rene Gumba, the acting PSO head, for him to enforce the ordinance being referred to. Councilor Akid Arroyo. After Councilor Akid Arroyo, you will have your turn. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe 2 sessions ago, Mr. Alan Riondanga presented to us the proposed activities or planned activities in celebration of our 70th founding anniversary, the cities. He presented activities, but he promised to submit to us his proposed budget. So may I move that we request Mr. Riondanga to make that presentation in the next session, specifically presenting the budget for each activity. Because the amount that I initially heard of 4 million is definitely unconscionable. Pag nagagastos, bakit ang public fund, perming ba kung para sa kaurugmahan, kundi something that will be significant and perming may matundag sa ikakarahay kang nagenyo. So we want to see that, Mr. Chair, in the presentation of Mr. Riondanga.
Okay. The Secretary will send the corresponding communication. Councilor Del Rosario.
Not only Raymond, Mr. Chair, but Isarog Bus and Eagle Star along diversion. Isarog Bus sa Del Rosario and Eagle Star along diversion. Few stone throw away from Bombo Radio.
Okay. That is with respect to the enforcement of our ordinance. Okay. Any other matter?
Concepcion po pala ng Isarog Concepcion Grande.
In front of LCC or almost in front. Okay. Councilor Rentoy. Okay. Any other matter? If none, Councilor Elmer Ballimoro?
My counterpart, Mr. Chair, will make the nominal vote.
Okay, Councilor Competente.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I move all the approved resolutions and ordinances be transferred to nominal voting and approve the same.
Okay. The same is approved. The session is now adjourned.
Almost 2:40.